中国建筑国际集团于1979年在香港成立，现已构建起了集科技、投资、建筑、资产运营于一体的全产业链业务模式。中国建筑国际集团成立40多年来，先后承建了全球各地1000多项工程，以科技创新引领企业发展，项目获得多项国家科技进步奖、詹天佑奖、鲁班奖、华夏奖、香港 QBA、澳大利亚 AIB、英国 NCE 等多项国内外奖项，拥有国家高新技术企业5家。匠心铸造，力争真品。中国建筑国际集团持续发挥建造精品工程的核心专长，打造经典力作，拓展幸福空间，创建美好城市未来。中国建筑国际集团积极响应国家科技发展战略，坚持贯彻中建集团一创五强战略部署和166战略举措，制定中国建筑国际集团科技创新发展规划，建立由中国工程院院士和行业权威专家组成的专家委员会，为公司的科技发展战略提供决策咨询，促进公司科技创新工作。中国建筑国际集团重视科技创新，设立科技发展基金，推动核心科技研发和先进技术推广。公司以自主研发为主导，加强创新平台建设，成立中国建筑国际集团建筑科技研究院，下设7大研究中心。装配式建筑研究中心，拥有设计、制造、施工、材料等全产业链专业团队，着力攻关装配式建筑关键技术与产品。智能幕墙研究中心，拥有全球技术能力一流的专业团队，率先攻克幕墙行业全球性技术难题，研发 BIPV 等新一代幕墙产品。医疗建筑研究中心，开展国际标准现代化医院成套建造技术研究和模块化医院建造核心技术研发。酒店建筑研究中心，专注研发国际标准现代化大型酒店建造关键技术。基础设施工程技术研究中心，致力于攻关复杂地质隧道工程、海底沉管隧道工程、高速公路建造养护、大型环保设施建设等核心建造技术。建筑信息模型研究中心，专攻基于 BIM 的全过程集成应用研究。智慧建造研究中心，自主研发 C-Smart 智慧工地系列产品，打造具有自主知识产权的数字化建造集成管理平台。中国建筑国际集团在核心技术领域开展科技攻关，不惧挑战，奋勇前行，总结提炼出6大核心关键技术。模块化集成建筑关键技术，率先引领装配式建筑由构建单元向新一代模块化集成建筑方向发展，研发了海龙魔方系列建筑产品，包括混凝土 MIC、钢结构 MIC、电梯 MIC， 建成行业领先的智能化生产线，形成 MIC 快速建造技术体系，应用于医院、学校、酒店、办公楼、展厅等多个领域，引领新型建筑工业化发展。复杂玻璃幕墙制造与施工关键技术，拥有超50年幕墙工程经验，掌握复杂幕墙参数化设计技术，打造全球领先的智能化生产线，实现幕墙科技多项全球首创和行业第一，承建世界第一高楼迪拜哈利法塔，最复杂幕墙工程香港美利道大厦和亚洲区苹果店高端幕墙。国际标准医院设计建造关键技术，掌握基于国际标准的现代化医院设计建造技术， 参与建设香港1/4医院工程、澳门1/2医院工程。在香港疫情爆发时，通过自主研发 MSA 负压隔离病房等系列模块化医疗设施产品，助力疫情防控阻击战。4、复杂环境隧道建造关键技术，研发城市隧道穿越、高耐久抗震沉管海底隧道设计施工、高速公路隧道建造养护等各类关键技术。5、国际标准酒店建造关键技术，掌握国际标准高档酒店建造关键技术，打造了一系列国际一流标准的大型酒店，以科技铸就精品工程。6、环保项目建造与运营关键技术，攻关海水化淡、有机资源回收、污水处理等多种类型环保项目设计建造成套技术，助力绿色低碳发展。科技赋能，创新引领。中国建筑国际集团坚持以更高站位谋划科技创新，以科技创新引领高质量发展，深入推动实施创新驱动发展战略，乘风破浪，领潮前行，为中建集团创建世界一流企业贡献中海力量。慎微笃行，精筑致远。中国建筑国际集团。
Very much for joining us. We're delighted to be here for Beyond 2020 and a great conversation about impact investing and where we see it going in the next 5 years. I'm Oliver Libby. I'll be moderating and joining in the conversation today. The managing partner of HL Ventures and City Rock Venture Partners in New York, which has been doing impact investing with the nexus of growth, impact, and diversity for about 15 years now, based here in New York, but working with an international community on this very exciting topic. I'm joined today by two really extraordinary panelists who have a wealth of experience in this exciting space, Matilda Ho and Pieter Houlleberghs, and looking forward to hearing from them. I wanted to just begin here with a little brief introduction from each one, and then we'll dive into the conversation. So Matilda, would you kindly share with us a little bit of your background?
Yeah, thank you. This is Matilda. It's my great pleasure here today to share some of our initiatives and activities in the impact investment. So Bits and Bytes was founded in 2016, and we're China's pioneer agriculture and food tech VC. And our goal is to shape a more sustainable food future by investing in early stage tech startups to address sustainability challenges in the agri-food supply chain, from food security, food safety, human nutrition to protein production. And as of today, we already have 2 funds, and now we have invested in 16 different startups, both domestically and also internationally. And all these technology-driven startups were chosen is because how they can make a scalable impact and advance a more sustainable agri-food supply chain. So great to be here today.
Pieter, go ahead.
Great, thanks, Oliver. It's a pleasure to be on today. Pieter Houlleberghs. I'm with Decarbonization Partners. That's a joint venture between BlackRock and Temasek, which really got off the ground over the course of this year. It was announced last April with a strong commitment from the 2 parent institutions. About $600 million has been committed, and we've been starting to invest as of earlier this year, and really focused across mobility, the built environment, and industry, and driving decarbonization. So helping companies scale that have technologically somewhat de-risked propositions and drive both returns and impact through scaling those in the market.
Well, thank you. That's great. And just for those who are joining us, I frequently am on panels like this, and there's a very narrow expertise here with the 3 of us. You have cross nations, cross sectors, cross investment stages. So I think we're going to have a really fun discussion about impact investing writ large. And with that in mind, I wanted to kick us off with the a little bit of a definitional conversation. Impact investing means a lot to different people, a lot of different things to different people. And so, Matilda, how do you think about defining impact investing these days?
Right. It's really difficult to define, in my opinion. I would say that, just take Bits and Bytes as example. Since day one, Bits and Bytes Fund was born with impact. And we do believe that every single investment decision that we make because it can address certain challenges under our investment strategy and create a more positive impact to the environment and to the people and to the society. I think ultimately what really probably set us apart from the majority of the generalist VC is that we do have a different intention. I think the intentionality is really what sets a impact investor or not. So we do identify and position ourselves as an impact investor. And even before, during, or after our investment process, we do have a framework and process designed to measure and continue to monitor the impact that we make through those investments. So that would be my personal take on it.
That makes good sense. And Pieter, I'd love to hear the same from you, but also you bring a really fascinating perspective here because you are bringing an impact related fund and product to organizations that have been around for a lot longer than impact investing per se. So would love to hear your thoughts on also how you build in that culture and that approach to larger organizations.
Thanks, Oliver. And I really resonate with Matilda's answer there. I think the way, and clearly from my perspective here, we're really focused on decarbonization, so the avoidance or removal of emissions into the atmosphere, and really we think of ourselves as a dual purpose fund. So there's truly the same commitment to measuring at the outset and estimating what the impact will be from a decarbonization perspective, and we look at that in parallel with clearly applying a returns lens. But really the reason why the returns are important also just circles right back to the impact, in the sense that the more economically successful our businesses are, because we only partner with companies that have an obvious decarbonization impact, that creates a virtuous circle, which is something that I personally very much believe in, and it's sort of probably has grown out of spending 10 years before this with Temasek, and that's a generational investor who thinks long term, and you need to think about sustainability at the core if you're going to be in the markets for generations.
I think you bring up a really interesting point here, which is the relationship between the impact lens and mission and returns. And from my perspective, having been in this for quite some time, I remind people frequently that impact is just an overlay on top of whatever you're investing in. So it can be deeply embedded, like it is, I think, of our organizations, but ultimately you can have impact that's a 100% financial loss, which is philanthropy, and you can have impact that's a very high returns potentially if you're doing impact venture capital, and you can have impact that's got bond style returns and lower returns. So I think one of the things that I find is most often misconceived about impact is that it is one type of asset class with one type of return. Have you, Matilda, contended with that as you've built your firm, and in how people just assume that impact relates to returns?
Yeah, I think that concern exists all the time. And we like to say that we do also take purpose and profit equally important. And it shouldn't be an either or. It needs to check both boxes. And for us, the purpose represents the intention. There are so many agri-food tech founders out there. How we find the founders that have a very aligned mission that we can partner together in the long run. And profit is about the goal setting. How can we also support the founder to best achieve their goal, and so that they can scale up their impact? And by the end of the day, we're a fund. And it's our responsibility to also realize the maximized return for our LPs. So even when we are evaluating our success or our financial performance, we also benchmark against the best in class VCs on the IRR. We don't think that because of achieving a purpose, that means that we need to sacrifice profit. We think that is equally crucial for us.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's interesting, Peter, from my experience anyway, we started this, a long time ago, kind of on a defensive position of, we can do this without a concessionary return, as it's referred to. We can do this without losing money for investors or having an anemic financial performance. And I think now, at least for us, and I'm curious if Decarb is sensing the same thing, we can actually get on the offensive. We can say that a lot of these things, these sectors that we're interested in, climate and sustainability, of course, is one of them, have real tailwinds and are making financial sense for larger companies, for individuals, et cetera, as they make their decisions. So I think that stance of going from the defensive to the offensive here and making this case has been really impactful for us anyway.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think just to add in, I suppose it depends where in impact investing you're looking, but certainly in climate, where I spend all of my time, I think that the buy-in around the urgency and the scale of the opportunity set is very much there. So thankfully, actually, this issue that you referred to around the skepticism around concessionary returns and which is understandable where that would have come from. We haven't run into that so much lately. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm in light of, especially I sit in New York, so there's been really strong regulatory progress made over the course of the summer. So that, I think, has filled the market here with a sense of real momentum and opportunity, which is exciting. So that's sort of my perspective on that.
Yeah, and just staying with that thought, actually, obviously we've had some legislative actions here in the United States. Globally, there's been a lot of action. To me, it seems like there's an unusual relationship between impactful investing and thinking in a cross-sector kind of a way, where there's perhaps a deeper relationship between what we do and what for example, government organizations are doing, or the nonprofit sector, and certainly thought leadership in media. Has that been your experience, Peter? And how have you been interacting across sectors?
Definitely. I think that so the way I would think about that is there's certainly a difference in sort of the landscape depending on whether you're dealing with a lot of what I do sits quite deep in the energy sector. So dealing with B2B propositions versus other opportunities that are maybe a little bit closer to the consumer. So I think that momentum certainly varies depending on which industrial sector you deal with and the amount of regulatory scrutiny. I think that the consumers are demanding increasing transparency, and so finding that real demand pull in those more consumer-facing parts. So this is things in the materials space that are making exciting progress. So there's a ton of momentum that stems from that demand pull from the consumer, which has been translated into net zero commitments from corporates. And really, I find that that's a development that over the last few years has given us increased, further confidence to pursue this, because those net zero commitments are public, they're difficult, and the management teams are all really pushing hard to achieve them. And I think it's driving a degree of collaboration that hasn't been seen, at least in my 18 years of covering the space. It hasn't really been as collaborative as it is today.
Matilda, when you're thinking about, one of the things about the impact investing space is we're held responsible for measuring more than just financial performance. And obviously financial performance, the whole world of finance and asset management knows what an IRR is and all the other key metrics of whether we're making money. Did you subscribe your fund to existing impact metrics? Did you design your own rubric? How do you think about measuring impact, and where do you think that that's going in the next 5 years? Do you see a consolidation and generalization of those things, or are we all kind of hunting by our own rules?
Yeah, I think unfortunately with that, there hasn't been established a commonly adopted framework to measure the impact and even hold the companies accountable for the same high standard. And not to mention, we're focusing on the early stage portfolio companies, which most of the investment are still in the pre-revenue stage. So for us, unfortunately, we do trade a lot of notes with other fund managers in the EU, in the US, even in Asia, but unfortunately, everyone is still required to set up their own framework and standard to set up their own. So at Bits and Bytes, we do need to create our own framework because in China, there's no such thing yet. And you also even see a lot of greenwashing after the president Xi's talk about the carbon neutrality goal. And all of a sudden, every single company is addressing carbon neutrality, no matter who you are and where you're from. So yeah, we do need to set up at the fund level and also at the portfolio level how we're going to assess the ESG risks. But since we are in the early stage, so we usually identify opportunity more than the risks. So we will sit down with the founder and then to think about your technology solution. How can that be able to reduce the carbon footprint compared to the current existing traditional solutions? And then we set the baseline, and then every year we come back and then measure the improvement. So since we're so small, and so early stage, the quantifiable impact doesn't really mean that much. However, the improvement, the relative improvement performance will be a very important measurement through our eyes.
Absolutely. Yeah, Pieter, please jump in on this.
I don't like giving answers that just like agree with and say not much more than Matilda, because I think we're in exactly the same place. So as a joint venture, we've really been working hard on our frameworks and how do we articulate clearly and transparently what the in our case decarbonization impact is over the course of our whole period, and also given a lot of the companies that we invest in also are scaling from a low base. We also show it, look at it further out. For the full fund, 10-year fund life on an absolute thousands of metric tons basis and per annum, as well as per dollar deployed. What is the impact for a given opportunity, which gives you some sense of kind of bang for your buck, if you will. And then there's also the other complication that exists here is just around whether the impact is direct or indirect. So we do all we do is really think about that. We're a very mission-driven group that is excited about this. We show our work and we engage with the company that we're investing in, whether that's through life cycle analysis with external experts or just understanding how they frame the impact, and then really also engage with other funds as Matilda said, to see if there are best practices that we can as an industry share and develop. And I think driving a common language there, I think, will be really important for all of us.
Well, it's that last point I want to pick up on, just staying with this idea of metrics and measurement. Do we think, the title of this panel is will impact be the majority in 5 years? And I speaking as someone who's been in this for a long time, as you two both have as well, I feel like we're definitely on a very positive trend. But the question I have based on what you just said, Pieter, is can this really be a legitimate majority or generalized way that people invest? Will people have an ESG and impact lens on the majority of their assets until we can really cross compare in a simple and universally recognizable way in impact? And particularly, this is an unfair question for you because your decarbonization, which is actually a metric I think can meet that standard. When we think about healthcare outcomes or financial inclusion, it becomes much harder. So do we think we can be the majority if we don't have generalized shared measurement?
I think the last part of your statement makes it really difficult. If we don't have generalized and standardized metrics, it becomes very difficult. I'm encouraged by some of the SEC progress that was made earlier this year around disclosure requirements here in the US, which will come in the next few years, and which will also filter through to private markets. So I do think we're trending in that direction where I liked your initial description of it being an overlay, of that overlay becoming a useful metric for investors more broadly. So I do think we'll see the approach, the thought process, the methods that we're all developing becoming more commonly adopted by all investors.
And Matilda, you have a few different sectors that you invest in. Do you find it, as you kind of drill down in each one, that there's a different level of kind of shared metrics that are widely accepted in some areas that are harder than others to dial in?
Yeah, definitely. When we zooming into the early stage companies, we will definitely pay more attention on the E and then S and G. Because it would be almost impossible for them to already appoint a full-time chief sustainability officer in their Series A, or it would be very difficult to track their supply chain transparency if they haven't even set up their first industrial scale facility. So we definitely put more attention on the E side, and then trying to calculate if they continue to, let's say, a precision fermentation scale company, in every step in certain time horizon in the future, on an annual basis, how much GHG emission that they will be able to reduce. And so that would be the number that we're going to measure. And then on the other side, I wanted to share is that sometimes there is an infrastructure that is lacking. It's not just the technology itself. And so going back to the earlier stakeholder or ecosystem, that's why we oftentimes engage with a lot of different stakeholders to really push this impact much faster. So let's say cell-based meats, right? Now Singaporean government, as well as the Netherlands, already greenlight the cell culture meat to replace the traditional meat production. And we're still waiting for the FDA to grant the approval, likely early next year. And so if the policy can also accelerate this direction, that will also help us to push forward those novel food to be pushed into the supermarket or in the restaurants. So policy is definitely the other way that we also trying to track in order for us to measure those impact on the novel food.
Totally. I was just reflecting on something that's been interesting in our experience at HL Ventures, which is impact. It's something you said, Matilda, about kind of the time trajectory, the early stage, the later stage. For us, we find that the founders that we back obviously are very dedicated to impact, but it becomes hard, Pieter, to the point you were making, in the very early stages, because the companies don't have the infrastructure, the measurement systems in place. They don't have, as Matilda, you said, a chief sustainability officer. It's a few people and an idea. So it's very hard to dedicate the time to building those impact systems early on. But then the other thing that happens is the other side. So it's like a barbell. In the middle part, where there's a little bit more resources, but maybe less pressure and attention, the company really locks into an impact strategy and measurement. And then as the company has raised more money and has more pressure, more shareholders, there's again this filtration in of the profit motive competing with the impact sometimes. And I think for us, and the question I have for you is how have you guided the founders and the teams that you've backed into that later stage when, if you've raised money at a high valuation, there's a lot of pressure to generate that financial return. How do we keep the grounding of those teams in impact and support them in developing these systems we've been talking about? Either one.
Maybe I'll start. So in our internal assessment framework, the score number 5, meaning that they already had it or they already, achieved it. And the 4 is on their way to achieve it and they have the bandwidth to achieve it. And the 3 is that they don't have the bandwidth, but they're open and they have the commitment. When they have the right resources, then they will be able to adopt that improvement metrics. And so we use this framework as a tool for open communication as well. So we share the framework, all the metrics in front of them, and we have an open conversation that this is not to waste your time or waste your money, but this is to also help you to identify if you wanted to set up a long-term, valuable, mission-aligned company, you need to start thinking about the time for these components when the timing is right. But again, all the framework needs to be case by case because we can invest in the agri-machinery company or we can invest in a synthetic biology company. So we will then also prioritize out of these 15 components, what would be the top 3 or top 5 that we definitely need to increase the score or we need to improve, and maybe let's just work on that. So again, there's no right or wrong answer, but it does serve a tool for us to communicate with the founder, even with our employees. On our IC, we actually encourage our investment team members to have their own debate, and everyone can have very, very big difference on the score for the same company, even we're the same fund. So that just explains it's really, really difficult. That the score 3.8 or 3.9 probably doesn't really mean anything, but we really appreciate the time and the process and the contents that we took the time to debate on what is more important and what is less.
Yeah, in my view, a lot of it comes down to culture at the end of the day. So I think the pressures, all of it that you describe, are very real on our businesses. And we spend a lot of time, always have over the years, getting to know management teams. The sourcing process, therefore, takes a long time. I've always invested in a significant minority capacity, so we're not there to run their business, right? So I think the whole idea is finding those management teams that really have a commonality of vision with where we want to go. And if that's not there, during the diligence process, that can be a red flag and a completely fair reason to not proceed. So it's just to add to Matilda's answer. I think mine is just a slightly softer overlay as well, just around cultural fit, which will keep alignment in those moments that you described.
For sure. Now let me introduce a complicating factor, which is, and this panel does have kind of a time component over the next 5 years. Right now, we find ourselves, and I'm curious if you both do as well, on cap tables in companies where there are certain parts of the investor base that are very impact focused and really do believe the things that both of you just said. And then there might be some investors that are really not that interested in the impact side. We're still in the process where I think there's the transition ongoing. How, we just talked a little bit about how best to help founders stay close to the mission. How might we think about bringing some of our investment colleagues that aren't really with the impact program along when we're in the same companies?
I think we're finding a pretty collaborative space so far. So I think that it's, at the end of the day, it's a small industry, so folks all know each other and spend a lot of time. So I feel like building those relationships with your fellow investors that will show up on the cap tables, I think, is important, and it should be part of the same diligence process. At least as a slightly later stage investor, I'm often the new voice around the board table. So also choose very carefully which companies we get involved with based on who's already there. So I think there are actually not that many. There could hypothetically be investors who are just not aligned with us, and that would be an issue, but frankly, not something I've run into. I think, again, everyone is shifting gears to really see this as a tremendous opportunity ahead of us, and the scale of capital that's needed is so tremendous that there's plenty of room for a very collaborative ecosystem among the investors.
Yeah, I would say that it would be the same because whoever who wants to invest in the agri-food tech, they know that this is a patient capital required. Each crop cycle could take 1 year, and breeding can take up to 8 to 10 years to be before they can commercialize to the market. So I think so far we aim to become the first institutional round investor, and we tend to lead with the board seat so that we can have more influence on the company's governance after we invest in the company. So I would say that, yeah, so far we have been helping the company founders to bring the syndicate of the subsequent round of investors. So very luckily, we haven't really had any conflicts of the interest on the board level.
Yeah, well, that first of all, that's great. I wish we'd had the same experience. We've had certainly some fun conversations on boards. And look, I think that the trend is some of the more traditionally minded investors at least now understand that they have to introduce the impact component into the way that they're helping, discharge their fiduciary duties. But it still becomes a debate. And I think for folks who are joining us, it's not everyone will always be aligned here, but the world definitely is moving in a certain direction. My next question is actually related to that, which is, of course, we're all familiar with the statistics, and most of us, I think, on this panel invest in the private markets, but we've seen it in the public markets too, which is so many more assets are now managed according to ESG principles, right? I've seen as much as a third to a half of global asset bases are now tracking ESG. The question I have is maybe a little controversial, which is, to what extent do we buy that is actually happening? And what can we do as investors to promote the real impact versus some of the greenwashing that I think both of you mentioned earlier in the panel? What are some of the things that we can do to continue the trend of getting more assets under management via impact and ESG, but making sure that we're holding people to the high standards that they should be in executing a strategy like that? Matilda, have you run across that in your work in terms of kind of the greenwashing aspects of things?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, a lot. I would say that probably taking alternative protein as example, following the success of Beyond Meat's IPO, all of a sudden there are so many alternative protein startups popping on the ground, more than 100 over the last 2 years, and a lot of the investors from agri-food tech investors to CVCs to family offices to crossover investor all feel like they're fear of missing out, and they definitely wanted to invest in a company in this sector without really understanding that it takes time to build a very tasty and affordable meat analog. And so because of that, you can see that as of today, demand is still not proven anywhere, maybe except Europe. And so a lot of the capital just rushing in this sector, and then there's a lot of availability, but by the end of the day, consumers don't want to order those plant-based burgers in the restaurant. And if you look at the supermarket shelf, those products are not really moving and people not coming back, and same in China or even Southeast Asia. So what does that mean? As a consequence, the investors all of a sudden decided to lose confidence in this sector, and they're saying that, oh, this is another Theranos scandal. So it's going to create a lot of harm for the industry. So these type of hype for us is definitely not good for the short term. And you see that Beyond Meats once hit a 10 billion market cap, and now they were declined by 80%, similarly to Oatly. And from our view, their current market cap it's probably a more realistic valuation of the company at this stage, and we're still in the very, very early stage of developing this product category that can replace the traditional animal production, and it takes time to educate consumers. And so we hope that for similar hypes will not continue to happen in this sector. But ultimately, you cannot avoid this type of cycle. So by the end of the day, 99% of those alternative meat startups will dry up, and then it might have some reshuffling or consolidation in this industry. And then only the truly innovators that really spend time enabling the taste, enabling the nutritional factor, enabling a more affordable price to the market will be here to stay. So ultimately, we need to be very careful for that greenwashing consequence.
I'm pretty sure my wife was about 10% of the Impossible Burger sales there for a minute, though. So, Peter, what do you think on this?
I'm a very optimistic person by nature, so I think that'll show through here in the sense that I do think we're seeing more transparency, and that trend will continue. So both from regulatory requirements, but also just technological advancements. I think the ability through software and sensors and just standardized reporting approaches, we will see more supply chain transparency, which will also allow investors to make their decisions and really, I think, in an informed fashion around the in my case, the climate impact of the companies they own. And I think the way you drive change is leading by example, so showing that we can make really, really good investments with tremendously important companies, and that will crowd in more capital. That's my fundamental belief.
Yeah, and look, you mentioned something in passing, Peter, earlier, which is, at least in the United States, the Securities and Exchange Commission is going to be passing some ESG rules. So I do think, some of the Wild West nature of the sector is going to start to, be under some stricter rules. They may or may not be completely right from the outset, but at least it's going to start to be that way. I want to double click on something really interesting that you said, Matilda, which is on the subject of kind of how in a sector or an approach that's as kind of hot as impact investing, you have these boom and bust cycles. Everyone gets really excited about clean tech when Barack Obama was elected in America. Then there's no cap and trade program and the bottom falls out of the entire industry. But then it actually comes back because there are some consolidation, some really quality businesses. And so what I'm curious about, for me, the explanation for that has been that impact investing, whether it be in tiny startups or in larger publicly traded companies, has been a combination of breakthrough news-making innovations, new types of technology, new materials, and then some solid, quiet, stepwise progress on things like energy efficiency and how we finance these things. Some of the great breakthroughs, Peter, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, in the climate world and decarbonization were in the financing strategies behind solar power. That's what, the technology had to get to a point, and then once we figured out how to make them financial, it almost leached the solar industry of a lot of the politicization and all that, and just made it a smarter financial decision. In terms of the step of progress here, how do you think about balancing between those big breakthrough moments and then the kind of more stolid, quiet progress that we see moving things forward?
So I think Matilda, go ahead, or I'm happy to go first. Why don't I go first, just to give you a little bit of time? So I think from my perspective, we just look for pattern recognition. In effect, we saw solar and wind really, demonstrate that solid, steady progress that you describe, where across cycles, across economic and political cycles, costs continue to decline. So we like industries that have the potential to do the same. So in energy storage, I strongly believe you'll continue to see improvements there as we go, and that's kind of secular, is irrespective of the prevailing political winds. I think there's really incredible talent coming out of universities pursuing continued improvement there. So and similarly, I'm excited about the carbon capture space for the same reason. I think some of the policy, at least here in the US, looks and feels quite a lot like what got the solar and wind industry to where it is today. So at some point, there's a virtuous flywheel effect where these sectors take off. So I think that helps get through the boom bust dynamics that you described.
Yeah, from our end, I would say that although the hard science is the infrastructure, but by the end of the day, we're investing in the team that can really bring the technology for commercialization. And that oftentimes it's evolutionary, not revolutionary, especially when it comes to adoption in the farm or change consumer demand or preferences. And so that's why we have a 10-year fund life. We know that we need to go through a few circles. So we like to say that we're patient. We respect that it will take at least 5 to 10 years for the technology solutions to be able to penetrate it into the end customers.
I think that makes a lot of sense. So, we're coming to a close here in just a little bit on this panel, and I'm very curious to see, now that we've had this wide-ranging and I think really exciting discussion, everything from, what is in the DNA of impact investing, cross-sector, boom-bust cycles, the way we measure impact, the way we work with founders and other investors. As we take this all and distill it, what do you think is the 5-year trajectory of impact investing? Do we think that this broad approach, this lens, is going to continue in its popularity? Do we think that it will continue across sectors and investment styles? And perhaps what headwinds and tailwinds do you see in front of that? Matilda, let's start with you.
I would say that the headwind is still, especially if you operate in China, right? It's almost a crime to take it slow for everything. And so now you do see a lot of the company that are just, waving with the ESG flag because they know that there's a lot of the carbon neutrality funds that are ready to deploy money. And that would be something that I would be worried that still many people wanted to take advantage on those short-term window. But on the other side, I will say that long-term, I will still be very hopeful. Going back to the topic of this panel, will impact investment become mainstream? I do want to reframe that question into how soon can impact investment become mainstream? And I think that will depend on whether we can have more best case practices. I hope there will be more and more impact investment successful story to be listed, and everyone win-win-win. And more entrepreneurs, more and more investors see that doing good can also, ended up making us more money. Then more and more good money will flow in. Then that will be the day that I think, it will become a virtuous circle. And everyone will be internalized that when I make an investment decision, I also need to think about the environmental impact or social impact. I think hopefully in the next 5 years, there will be more and more listed company with attractive performance for people to follow.
Yeah, I would say, I suppose that might be true always, but the next 5 years feel extremely critical, just in terms of continuing the great progress that we've seen over the last few years. And I think in terms of situational awareness, the economic environment around us is extremely challenging. So I think as we all look and work with companies, thinking about runway, getting through to clear value creation milestones, I think is really important. And also building capabilities within companies that are focused. I find that given the macro environment is challenging, the financing kind of aspect of it becomes really important, continuing to keep cost of capital down in a market where equity isn't that cheap. So I think that means that especially for the more hard tech focused industries where tremendous amounts of CapEx are going to be needed to continue to drive toward net zero, I think that that's just suddenly got a lot more complicated, I think. So that I see as one of the biggest challenges and opportunities over the next 5 years. If we get that right, it's going to be incredibly impactful period.
I totally agree. For me, I think this panel is one of the key things that will help. It's these big trends. They start with people and they start with organizations. And I know the audience here at Beyond is everything from investors to family offices to corporates. And it's in each person who's interested in this topic to continue to push this forward. And one of the most important things I think we can do, and we've talked a lot about it today, is to cut through some of the old myths. the idea that impact investing is a sector off in the corner, that it's concessionary, that you can't really make money or a lot of it. These things have really been disproven over the past 2 decades. And I think if we can continue to cut through those myths and reframe impact investing to what it really is, which is an overlay on top of all forms of investing. And that in fact, if you have the discipline to hold yourself to a standard as an investor, as a founder, as a manager at a large company, to some of the impactful things that we're looking for as a society now, be it climate outcomes, health, financial, et cetera, that will actually potentially lead to better performance and better returns. I think that's probably the key takeaway for me from this very interesting discussion. It's not something that's just going to happen automatically as a big trend. It's up to each person here, and that higher standard is really worth aspiring to. But I do think we have a bright future as impact investors over the next 5 years, and we're certainly holding the door open for everybody to come along. Matilda, Pieter, thanks so much, and to the Beyond team for having us for this really interesting conversation. We hope that this has been helpful in situating impact investing for you all. And again, I think, I am, despite all the challenges that face the world, a hopeful person. I think my colleagues here are as well. This is an exciting time because we can use capital to make improvements for people and for the planet and to make life better. So with that, we'll send you on your way. Thank you so much, Beyond community, and we hope to see you next year.
Welcome to Beyond Expo 2022 Sustainability Summit. I'm Allan, Deloitte China Sustainability and Climate Leader, and the moderator of this panel discussion. First of all, I would like to thank Beyond Expo for creating this platform for open cross-sector discussion. Today, we will talk about an interesting possibility. Can we remove plastics, something used in almost everything around us, from our lives? This question gives us a fresh perspective to understand the new trends, opportunities, and the challenges in building a circular economy. We have seen accelerated actions taken by Chinese companies to facilitate plastics phase out. Today, we are delighted to have 3 panelists here to share valuable insights, solutions, and practice. They are Ms. Weiwei, Sustainability Director at Unilever, Ms. Thong Sheng, Senior Vice President at Huhtamaki, Mr. Yuanbin, Co-founder and Vice President at Bluepha. Thank you for joining us. Okay, let's get right into our first question. This question is for all of our panelists. Plastics are widely used in our daily lives. China's current plastics control policies focus on volume reduction, substitution, and recycling. Considering these facts, is it possible to remove plastics from our daily lives? What are the main challenges and the bottlenecks in removing plastics? Can you share your view on this? So I think lady first.
Would like to me to start, or I don't know if there's any order aligned. Allan, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think you can start. Just feel free to share your views. Yeah.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me for attending this discussion. I work for Unilever as the Sustainability Director for North Asia. As I think a lot of people know, Unilever is a big MSG company, and a lot of products actually use plastics, particularly for the packaging. I think for plastics, it's it's widely used in our daily life, and I think it's right now it's a very valuable material for us to distribute our products. Currently, I think it's crucial to start to talk.
Maybe what I'll maybe start when Ms. Ko tries to get in. So I'm Sheng. Yeah, I'm the Senior Vice President for Huhtamaki Asia Pacific region. So like Weiwei was saying that plastic is we can't depart too much from plastics. It's a way of life, and that's where Huhtamaki comes in, and we are really looking at part of the global provider for sustainable packaging for solutions for consumer around the world. And our role is around food packaging. Our innovative products focus primarily on protecting on-the-go and on-the-shelf food and beverage. This ensures the hygiene and safety and helps prevent food waste. Sustainable food packaging plays a very important role in ensuring food supply and food security. This boosts the resilience of food systems globally. In the environment, there is a lot of waste, and through good and sustainable food packaging, we are able to avoid waste of food for 5 to 10 times as compared to the cost of really the environmental cost of packaging as a whole. So only 5% of the carbon emission in the food system are attributed to food packaging in general. So we know that the purpose of food, plastic, and as well as plastic control is to prevent environmental pollution. And since food packaging is essential to the environment perspective, the main challenges that we face is really around, number one, making the positive choice in selecting the material for fit of purpose in terms of packaging, and alternatives for plastics, which will be able to look for solutions that's equal or even better than the current plastic solution. And as well as another focus is increasing this material recyclability, especially at the end of life stage, which require proper recycling technology and as well as sufficient infrastructure. These are very critical. Fiber can also and will play a very important role. 70% of our product portfolio is made of fiber, either virgin or recycled fiber. For virgin fiber, it's used primarily with food contact, and that's where we ensure that the food safety and hygiene regulations are being met. Where for recycled fiber, typically we use it for egg trays, for example, where the shell itself is already a natural barrier to prevent direct food contact. So forests are a natural resource for us, and Huhtamaki wants to advance the sustainability and as well as the management of all forest type. Every part of the tree is being used, and therefore Huhtamaki is committed to zero deforestation and no use of illegal or controversial food fiber sources. So that's really critical. So our goal is 100% of our wood fiber that we source is either recycled or certified sustainable source. And in 2021, 96% of our raw fiber material are certified PEFC or FSC or SFI certified. So these are all important because we are able to trace to the sustainable managed forest as a whole. But we talk about managing recyclable product. That is important. However, what it want to do is to prove and as well as further look at actual recycling. The world's resources are very limited, and as a global packaging solution provider, we're committed in transiting from a linear to a circular economy, and that's where the products are kept and materials are kept in circulation and in a closed loop. And we have developed a design guide for us to ensure that our innovation and new product development follows the pathway and as well as achieving circularity. And this is where our commitment comes from.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. It seems that Huhtamaki has incorporated strategy of the renewable and the recyclable materials products, right? So, Mr. Bai, so can you share some from Bluepha about your strategy or materials related to the plastic reduction or removal?
Okay, thanks for having me here. And I'm Yuanbin, the Vice President and the co-founder at Bluepha. And I'm also the chairman of ESG committee of Bluepha. I have over 10 years experience in petrochemical and the polymer industry before joining Bluepha. About this topic, I'd like to say technically, it's possible to remove plastic from our daily life. Yet removing plastics isn't easy. There are both opportunities and challenges. For opportunities, on one hand, countries worldwide are actively introducing policies to limit or restrict some conventional plastics. France, UK, US, Japan, and so on have put up their plastic pact and corresponding roadmap. On the other hand, public awareness of traditional plastic environmental issue is increasingly year by year. Over 500 organizations have made their commitment that by 2025, plastic packaging will be 100% reusable, recyclable, or compostable. For challenges, alternative solutions to conventional plastic are at a high price. I remember early years, our product faced the promotion difficulties due to the high price. When we introduced our product, the customers were delighted. However, when we gave our quotation, the customer just turned and left. Just kidding. In recent years, market attitudes have shifted, and the demand is more precise and urgent. More and more multinational companies have started cooperation with us. Another challenge is that the capacity are pretty small compared to traditional plastics. Currently, bioplastics still represent less than 1% of the more than 367 million tons of plastic produced annually. It takes time for world plastic capacity to grow. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bai from Bluepha, and also thank you, Ms. Sheng's comments from Huhtamaki. We see that Mr. Ko has been back, and so would you continue your comments about the possibility or the challenges, bottlenecks in removing plastics from our daily lives?
Yes, sir. Sorry about the technical problem. That happens all the time, particularly after COVID, when we'll have all these virtual meetings. I was saying plastics, it's a very valuable material. Has a very vital place in our daily life and also in our economy, particularly in our business as well. As an MSCG company, we use plastics a lot. It's crucial for the safe and efficient distribution of our products to our consumers. Actually, plastics has a lower carbon footprint than many other alternative materials, but it has no place in the environment. So as a company, we recognize this and we accept the responsibility as a particularly a leading company in MFCG industry and also in sustainability to reduce plastic, and eventually, hopefully, we can solve this problem together by working together with partners. And we think it's crucial to commit it to this eliminating plastic, and also to work together to drive a radical shift from a linear, take, make, and disposal model towards a more circular economy model to keep materials in use for longer. We actually have a set of commitments and goals under our sustainability strategy to reuse, reduce for various targets. Which I will explain later. In terms of the challenges, I think from various perspectives, there are different challenges. For example, on the policy side, taking example of operation here in China, we're actually trying to work together with government to put PCR usage as one of the industry standard. However, right now, currently, there's no national level standard requiring companies to use the PCR in their products. So this is, one of the challenges on the policy side, and on the industry side, it's, the PCR is a lot more expensive than virgin plastic. So it's difficult to push companies to use PCR, particularly given a current economic situation. On the consumer side, is plastic has been around us for ages, and there are a lot of consumer education. However, we did some research together with partners, between say and do for consumers, there's also a gap. When you interview consumers on the street, they would definitely tell you, I like to do more about the environment. I'd like to choose more sustainable products. But then when they're, really purchasing products, other factors are often more considered than their environment impacts. So there are a lot of bottlenecks regarding plastic. I think, when we try to drive this issue, we should have a more systematic thinking instead of, focusing one aspect of this issue. So in overall, I think there are a lot we can do regarding plastic. We need to work together with partners to have a more systematic approach to address this issue.
Okay, thank you. Actually, today we are discussing the sorry, there's some echo. Okay, so today we are going to talk about removing plastics from our lives. And actually, our panelists are all from companies closely related to this interesting topic. So can you give us more specific overview of your company's innovative products, materials, technologies, or actions related to the plastics removal? So I think, can we start with Huhtamaki?
Sure, no problem at all. No, thank you very much, Allan. So from a Huhtamaki standpoint, from an innovation, fiber is definitely an area that we're looking at. Fiber has been used in packaging for decades. Today, Huhtamaki is able to tap full potential by applying high precision technology expertise to take this renewable material to the next level. This particular innovation is combined with high-level food-grade barrier that produce what we call smooth molded fiber, a sustainable packaging that offers superior functionality and as well as keeps food safe, maintains its quality, and is able to eliminate the need of aluminium, resulting in an aluminium zero solution. To be very frank, and then we have Weiwei here as well, Ms. Ko from Unilever. We actually make a ready meal tray for Unilever, ice cream tubs for Côte d'Or, Sundae ice cream and cups and lids for McDonald's. And that's where Huhtamaki has developed a right range of novel award-winning products in order to be used at large scale by the world's favorite brands. This particular uptake of industry giants shows the success of a smooth molded fiber packaging that offers consumer a more sustainable packaging experience while minimizing their impact on the planet. The fit for use is very, very important. So our fresh tray is for ready meals, and it is ovenable and microwavable. And the barrier is able to withstand these temperatures. And this is where the oxygen barrier that we have helps to keep the shelf life in store, and as well as be able to be microwaved and as well as ovenable. So these are some of the technologies we are looking at. And by using these fiber-based products, we are able to improve and as well as look at recyclability. And this is also another focus that we are looking at from an advantage standpoint. In order to meet this growing demand for plastic-free alternatives, Huhtamaki announced a site in Elf, Germany, to switch its focus from plastic to smooth molded fiber. And that's where we are able to have a significant first of such large-scale production capability in Europe. Now, when it comes to plastic, we are also focusing on how can we create new innovation in this. And now we have next generation mono material that helps to minimize the number of layers that's being used. All right. Therefore, this helps to limit the use of problematic plastics, and it helps with recycling as well. So overall, we are trying to really look at how we can achieve using less than 10% of polymer coating by decreasing the number of polymers that's used. One of the key innovation that we have, and I'm very, very happy to share with you, is the push tab blister lid itself. And we actually won the Beyond Impact Award. And then this actually award acknowledges the company addressing global issues such as carbon emission, other national health related or eco protection. These are some of the things that we're looking at. And definitely we are very, very happy to be able to receive this particular award, because we actually indeed help to move the industry to the next level. Now, we are also committed in terms of recycling our products, right? And we have joined forces with Stora Enso to come up with a new paper cup recycling initiative called the Cup Collective. And this is the first kind in Europe, and where we aim at recycle and recapture by putting in collection bins in restaurants, cafe, hotel, office buildings, and transport, so that the aim is for us to collect the so-called used paper cups, and then we can actually look into recycling as a whole in general. And then Huhtamaki is also looking at piloting recycling projects in China with aspects and a service provider for recycling resource management. So this is a 6-month pilot aimed at recycling mechanism for recyclable paper across the entire value chain. And this project itself is not only an innovative trial for us to achieve our sustainability goal and as our strategy, is also an experimental benchmark that contributes to China's transformation to a low carbon society.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sheng. So I think Bluepha is a leading innovator in synthetic biology-based materials, something I think the public might have little knowledge of or access to. So, Mr. Bai, would you tell us how these biomaterials can be applied to different aspects of our daily lives, and how they can facilitate products reduction or removal?
Okay, great question. I'd like to introduce from my company then to our product. First of all, I'd like to introduce Bluepha, this word. This word originated from a species of microorganism, which has ultra high productivity to produce a biopolymer named PHA. So we use this word to represent our company's name as well as our PHA product. So if you use one sentence to describe our product, I'd like to say Bluepha is a 100% bio-based and marine degradable biopolymer. It has 4 key features. First, it's a natural polymer produced by microorganism. The production method is different. It makes the product different, not only different from the traditional plastic, and it different from PLA, the other kind of biopolymer. It's an only biopolymer produced via fermentation process rather than a petrochemical process. Second, we use sustainable biomass as the feedstock to produce our Bluepha product. This biomass can be plant or starch, even carbon dioxide. We have a unique technology named biohybrid. That means we can use carbon dioxide and the traditional biomass at the feedstock in the meanwhile. I just mentioned the second key feature. May I continue? Or?
Yeah, no problem. You can continue.
Okay. Third, Bluepha PHA has remarkable biodegradability in various environments, even natural environments and artificial environments, including marine, freshwater, soil, industrial compost, home compost, landfill, anaerobic digestion, different kinds of environments. And fourth, PHA has versatile properties for multiple uses. By adjusting molecular structures, we can influence its comprehensive performance. So we have developed different grades of Bluepha PHA to apply for rigid packaging, soft packaging, coated paper, fibers, and coffee capsule, and 3D filaments, and cosmetic additives, and other kinds of applications. So I think PHA is similar to traditional plastic in its use, but it can also offer environmental value, which conventional plastic cannot. Okay, that's a brief introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bai. It seems PHA is quite magical material to save the world, right? And so I think Unilever is a well-known multinational consumer goods company that has made tremendous efforts to reduce plastics waste and help create a circular economy. So the next question is to Ms. Cole. So please share with us what are Unilever's plastics reduction goals and the specific actions, and what kind of effort you have taken. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, before I start, I'm very happy to hear what Mr. Pai just mentioned. There are potentially a lot of alternative to replace plastic. I think we can definitely talk later to see if there are any opportunities to work together. And regarding Unilever, as I just mentioned, we have a very strong commitment to reduce even eliminate plastic at the end of the day. So in our compass, in our sustainability strategy, what do we call the compass for Unilever? We have a very hardcore and even harsh targets and commitments on plastic. There's mainly 4 targets. The first one is regarding virgin plastic. So we have this target to reduce virgin plastic by 50% by 2025, of which 100,000 tons will come from an absolute reduction. And so under the virgin plastic reduction, what we're doing is to we drive investment in innovation in reuse business models, and like so-called innate products, alternative materials, concentration, particularly in our laundry product line. I think right now these days you see often we have concentrated washing liquids. Instead of a 2-liter big bottles, you have the 50 milligrams ones, but with the same washing effects, and lightweighting and also recycled like non-virgin plastic. And we also remain the only major MFCG company to commit an absolute plastic reduction on virgin plastic usage. So that's on virgin plastic. The second one is to help collect and process more plastic packaging than what we sell. So basically that means we need to have external partner for us to collect plastics, and and also in our process we need to use that the same amount of plastic of the total volume of plastic usage of that year, which will cost us a lot actually. because collecting in China is very expensive. So that requires a lot of, for example, improvement in waste management in many of the countries that we operate. For example, to invest and partner up to improve waste management infrastructure like collecting, sorting, and processing. Right now, we're actually looking for a partner here in China to work on the collection model because we don't have collection capacity itself. And at the same time, we also came up with this as a creative model and idea in university campus. We allocated now nearly 200 sets of AI-powered recycling machines at Tmall convenience stores in campus. This recycling machine is what we call the both media for green and green for media, because it's it's a recycling machine itself that helps college students to recycle plastic bottles, and at the same time it has this big screen which will introduce more sustainable products to students. Not just the product stuff, but why it is green, why it is sustainable. So there's a lot of education engagement as well. And in the mini program, building with this recycling machines, students could also play games, and that's help them to improve their knowledge about the environment. They can also, if they get the rinses right, and if they collect bottle, they can also gain credits or points, which they can use to exchange coupons of sustainable products. So that's a closed loop way for particularly for college students to engage them to promote sustainable products. And at the same time, for collecting plastic bottles, in this year alone, we have already collected more than 120,000 plastic bottles, all from college students. So that's on collecting. And the third target is 100% of our plastic packaging will be reusable, recyclable, and compostable. The fourth target is 20% of our plastic packaging will come from PCR, post-consumer recycled plastics. As mentioned earlier on, PCR is on average 20 to 30% more expensive than virgin plastic. That actually put a lot of on cost for us every year across all our product line, particularly for for our home care, personal care product line, which relatively speaking, they use more plastics. In here in China, for brands like Omo, Lux, Dove, Clear, these products across the range, there are more than 20% of PCR already used in the products. So there's a wide range of targets, the 4 targets built in our compass strategy, and the deadline is all 2025. So apart from all these, we're also working with partners to drive the system change. I think on plastic alone, we work together with the EMF, the Allan MacArthur Foundation, with in here in China, we work together with the China Circular Economy Association. A lot of these NGOs and industry associations to drive system change. That's some of the work we do here.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ko. It's quite an interesting sharing that you did a lot, not only to utilize the new technology, new materials, but also to integrate all of the different efforts together and to leverage the ecosystem, the community to achieve the target, right? So I think the last but not least question is that, China has recently issued a series of policies to strengthen plastics pollution governance and tighten control on plastics use and production. So will China continuously tighten plastics control or ban in the future? So can every one of you share your expectations on the policy trend, and if you have any suggestions, just feel free to share. So can we get back to Huhtamaki, Ms. Sheng?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, for us in Huhtamaki, I mean, China has been, Huhtamaki has been in China for 30 years. We have 4 factories, one in Shanghai, Guangzhou, Tianjin, and Xuzhou, and a distribution center in Hong Kong, and about 800 employees. China's committing to achieving a carbon emission peak in 2030 and carbon neutrality in 2060 is something which Huhtamaki is very aligned with overall as well. And I think this is very critical because for China's emphasis on high quality and low carbon development, this is a key where because in China, the market is 1.4 billion population and provides a huge opportunity for industry players, including Huhtamaki, for us to play in this space, right? I believe that no one in the organization can address the changes of sustainability alone, and this is very critical. And in our view, this is where collaboration across the value chain makes a real difference. It is important, you know, very, very much so that solutions are not in a one size fit all, but appropriate to local condition and scalability. So we aim to find the best solution in terms of best possible value chain partner to work with in order for us to create a tangible impact. I think last year, Huhtamaki actually commissioned the VTT, a Finland technical research center, to produce white paper examining the current and near future recycling system for plastic and fiber packaging. VTT also said that alliance between brand owners, recycling, sorting technology developers, and waste management companies are fundamental very much to what Ms. Koh has mentioned in terms of developing a recycling solution. That systemic change in food packaging recycle is only possible through public-private partnership to drive this innovation. So in some ways, if you look at it, life cycle assessment provide us with a fact-based information on the environmental impact on our product throughout the entire life cycle. The results are shared with our customers, our relevant stakeholders to help drive better informed decision, making these decisions a lot easier. And then given the environment changes our society is facing and policymakers are facing, we need to consider the full gamut, the role, the benefits of renewable, sustainable source paper-based packaging in food system as a whole. So this is very critical. And then also the other area that we've been working with is Rambo, a leading global engineering design and consultancy company. With this meta-analysis, 26 previous science studies conclude that additional and specific burdens of reusable tableware when used for takeaway food and beverage, it makes it far less sustainable than paper-based single-use tableware. So this is the reason why it is important for us to consider not just the product itself, but also the energy and water that's used for sanitation together with the impacts on the take-back transport, and as well as the breakage rates associated with takeaway system. So these are some of the things that we've been looking at, and with 100 years of history in a strong Nordic heritage, Huhtamaki Group is headquartered in Espoo, Finland. We rank #1 in international comparison of sustainable development, and definitely really willing to leverage our expertise on sustainable food packaging and our Finland heritage to promote exchange between China and Finland. And the Think Circle is a forum that is initiated by Huhtamaki to look at exchange as well as open discussions and engaging all sorts of challenges and opportunities that's out there around sustainability and circularity. And as a matter of fact, we've launched the first China session of Think Circle in Shanghai today, actually September 23. And this is where Huhtamaki is the first Finnish company that has committed to be part of the first China Carbon Neutral Expo that is in December 2022. So this is hosted by the Council for Promotion of International Trade Shanghai.
Thank you, thank you. So how about Mr. Bai, your view or suggestions for the future policies, plans?
Okay, I think the policy, the restrictions of China on plastics will be more strict. In fact, the biodegradable plastic industry is similar to the photovoltaic industry. They are both effective solutions to some important environmental issues. At earlier times, the market demand was low with high potential market size. Then high production cost hampered the promotion of the degradable material. Now the policies issued by the central government have not yet mentioned fiscal support for biodegradable plastics. And there is greater space for more political support. I expect that within 5 years, the state will give more fiscal support to the biodegradable plastic industry, like issue fiscal subsidy policies to stimulate companies, or introducing monetary and credit policies to finance biodegradable plastic industries. And about our company, our first PHA facilities with 5 kilotons capacity per year is under construction currently, and expected to be completed by the end of this year. Upon full operation, we can reduce around nearly 10,000 tons of petroleum-based carbon dioxide per year. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bai. So, Ms. Ko, so how's your view and the suggestions? I think Unilever is the bridge of the end consumer and all of the new materials, new products. What's your view?
Of course, we're very happy to see the Chinese government is increasing its actions on plastics reduction and promoting circular economy. I think I got some numbers regarding the virgin plastic usage here in China. I think in 2020, virgin plastic manufactured volume accounts for 30% globally. And in the meantime, China is also the biggest manufacturer on PCR. So I think actually China had this advantage actually to, you know, being a global leader to address this issue. Actually, you know, right now the New York City is having the Climate Week and also the UNGA. Unilever's global leader are actually here this week in New York for the Climate Week. They just announced that we're going to put more efforts to drive the UN Treaty on Plastic Pollution. You know, the UN Treaty on Plastic Pollution is a governmental collaboration by the UN Environment Assembly to address plastic reduction. So our view on our position on the role we played is to mobilizing a business voice in supporting of this outcome. You know, with a fragmented regulatory environment, a meaningful UN treaty can create an enabling environment to help a company like Unilever to achieve our commitments in a more competitive content. The treaty would galvanize coordinated government action similar to the Paris Agreement and the Montreal Protocol. So we're really welcoming more actions on from the government side. At the same time, as a company, as you just mentioned, you know, we're kind of like the bridge connecting governments, industry players, and as consumer. So as a leading company in the industry ourselves, we will definitely play a more ambitious role in addressing these issues. For example, by using the advantage we have as a business, as a private sector player. For example, in the US, we set up a closed loop fund to invest in infrastructure like collecting, like processing, like sorting. I've got some numbers about this fund as well. Just give me a second. So these fund will support our waste reduction goal and PCR commitments. We invested $50 million USD on collecting and processing. How at least half of our USA plastic packaging footprint. As a result, by 2025, our our North American operation will be collecting more than plastic than it sells. So we'll also have similar models scale up or duplicated in other areas in globally. Also provide like the other example I just mentioned with the consumer engagement here in China on the recycling machine, which is a good example. We work together with partners like Ant Forest, owned by Alipay, which is the biggest mobile payments app here in China, together with the Tmall Compass team. So with this recycling machine, and of course we have other plastic reduction program working with the other big retailers like JD, like Gakfu here in China, the RT Mart as well. So we'll continue to work in these areas of being this, great and one of the key players in the industry to further reduce plastics.
Thank you. Time flies fast. I think. Thank you everyone for the amazing, thought-provoking discussion. We are seeing a blue ocean in circular economy ahead of us. I'm sure today's key takeaways will help us tap into more market opportunities and dive into the ocean with sustainable technologies and solutions, and bring us the better future. Thank you.
Hello.
Welcome to the panel discussion on how businesses are dealing with food and agriculture problems. My name is Jiao Yu. I'm the director of China EU. China EU is a Brussels-based organization promoting exchange and cooperation between European and Chinese businesses in the high-tech and digital sectors, which we believe are the pillars industries for our future economy. Today, we have the honor to partner with TechNode and host this virtual panel at Beyond the Metaverse to discuss what sustainability means to the food and agriculture business. In particular, we will hear about unique perspectives from some of the leading players in the industry about how businesses tackle challenges in the food ecosystem and seek tech-enabled agricultural sustainability. Today, I'm joined by Michelle Yu, Associate Director of Sustainability at Oatly, the world's original and largest oat drink company, and Dr. Tong Wei, who is the Head of Branding and Global Affairs at XAG, in the world. Thanks for being here today. Now, well, we live in times full of challenges, among which food and environmental problems are high on the agenda. It calls for advanced technologies and disruptive innovations to transform our food systems to be more sustainable and resilient in order to achieve a better future for all. An interesting fact is that despite there being almost 300,000 varieties of eatable plants today, 90% of the world is mainly fed by 3 kinds of cereals, mainly maize, wheat, and rice, which account for more than half of the calories and proteins that we derive from plants. So my first question goes to Ms. Yu. So what does sustainability mean to Oatly, and how do you achieve that through your oat products?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Oatly is the first oat drink company globally. So we very much focus on people and planet, and this is how our company was initiated. And sustainability is one of our core values, and it's also very well interacted with our strict decision-making process in the company. The whole company idea and our vision is to be a company that we want to lead a global plant-based movement to reduce cow milk product by half. We aim to produce sustainable oat-based products, maximize the nutritional value, but minimize environmental impact. Especially, we actually develop for ambitions in our sustainability plan, and it's being published in our sustainability report every year. The first one, we want to give back to nature and communities where we source by restoring carbon and improving biodiversity, also boosting farmer income. The second ambition are very much in line with the topic today about climate. So we want to reduce our climate footprint per liter of Oatly produced by 70% in a decade. And this is in line with ambition of 1.5 degree climate pathway. And the third one is we are producing our product in facilities that we wish to meet our future factory criteria, which include being safe and inclusive in the working environment. And we also source 100% renewable energy in our own operation and also the supply chain, using 100% sustainable ground transportation, reduce our also water footprint during the operation as well. We also aim to eliminate our production waste to landfill to reach the fully circular ambitions. The last but not the least, the ambition is about leading a shift from dairy to plant-based diet, with a milestone to shift almost 3 billion liters from dairy to Oatly between 2019 and 2025, which means 6 years. Saving up to 2.5 million tons of CO2. So this is what that means for Oatly about sustainability. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for sharing this comprehensive strategy and actions of Oatly. And definitely the numbers, the contribution that Oatly can make to the world is like amazing. And now I would like also to chat a bit with Dr. Tong. So XAG is also a game changer in the agriculture sector. So as a leader in the mastering the technology of precise agriculture, can you tell us how your business leverages technology to address the sustainability challenge of the world?
Okay, thank you. Very delighted to be here. And for us, as an agri-tech company, we are serving the robotics and the algorithm-based software for the farmers and the landowners around the world. We have been in 50 countries in the region, especially in Southeast Asia and Latin America. And for us, because actually every day, so we are fighting against the climate change and other uncertainties for the factors in agriculture every day in different countries. And but a very interesting thing is we can see a common challenge for human beings in agriculture. Comparing with other industries, it's very unique because everyone maybe you for each country you have different background of environment and social conditions, but for agriculture you face up the common challenges for aging society and a labor shortage, because agriculture is so ancient industry, but with the development of technology, few people would like to get involved in this industry, which means for those talented teenagers and young people, they would like to stay in the city because of the urbanization. They can enjoy very nice and fancy lifestyle, but rather than the life in the countryside. So for sustainability right now is so important because of the labor shortage, the efficiency is must be taken challenge for technology, and because of the few people work in this industry, so in order to guarantee the efficiency, in order to grow up enough food to feed up the world, so in the traditional way, you have to spend more and more chemicals and other materials to grow the food. So that will be a great challenge and danger for environment, because a lot of chemicals, pesticides, fungicides pour into the soil. So it generates a lot of pollution. So you cannot guarantee the safety for the soil itself, right? So let alone the food itself. So that's why we have both the food security and the environmental risk. So from our perspective, we would like to have a revolutionary way to replace the traditional way. That's why we have a lot of equipment towards the smart farming. Let's give you a very simple example about the nozzle, because in a traditional way, you have to spray the pesticides through a hydraulic nozzle, which means the water pressure, and you can push the water, you can push all the liquid and into the soil. So that's the traditional way to spray something, just like the tap water. But right now we use a very smart way for the nozzle, and then we can save 90% of the water, and we can use purely the chemicals themselves. So water is very expensive, but with the very high precision spraying way, which means you can use less water, but more effective way to spray pesticide. And this can benefit hundreds of millions of people around the world, because it can keep the soil away from the pollution, the highly pollution. So this is just a simple example. Right now, we produce drones, ground vehicles, IoT systems. All these equipment are designed based on the SDG concept, which means we want to use less, spend less, but we can grow up more. So this is quite important in agriculture. And with the algorithms, all the farmers, especially, we can help them to connect with the market. Let me give the last example. That's for how we help the farmers to grow up food in a sustainable way. Because in the past, the farmers just grow up the food, and the food collectors, like these big companies, they would like to bargain with the farmers, like at a very low price, and then they will have the branding and the marketing things, and then that's the food that you have in the supermarket. But because the farmers has no ability to access to the market. But right now, with the digital smart farming tools, and the farmers, they can have a very neutral digital report on how they grow up the food for the whole process. They have the data, but the data is neutral. They cannot change the data, but they can trace back the data. And then farmers has the ability to access to the market. they can show to the supermarket like I'm a good producer, and they can sell these foods at a better price than the supermarket, which means they provide safer and healthier food to the supermarket, and the supermarket get a very reliable supplier. So this is a good way for farming, and this can attract the young people and those young talented people who get involved in this industry, and they can revitalize this industry in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It's fascinating to hear about the specific, like concrete cases about how technology can address, you know, the world facing issues like labor shortage. And I love when you were saying like not traditional way, like this unconventional way of solving this problems. I think that's what we all need, right? It's like our world is calling for this disruptive innovation to make things, to make changes. But also I like one keyword also you pointed out is like everyday challenge, because this sustainability issue becomes everyday challenge. And also speaking of this sustainable development, I think also we have to talk about biodiversity. I think it's one of the top topics that we have to touch upon. So as we all know, this biodiversity is attached with great attention because it's what our lives and economic activities all depend on, right? So I would like to ask Michelle, so we all know that Oatly is a great contributor to biodiversity improvement. Can you tell us more about how Oatly contributes to this, to contribute to increasing the biodiversity?
I think actually compared to climate change, for every consumer or public, how we feel that biodiversity is less direct. However, there is many research which can share the real data on how it happens today. So, of course, the global population are continue growing, and today there is around 7.6 billion people globally. However, compared to the population, it only represents very small percentage of all the living things. It's almost the 0.01% of all the living. However, according to the study, that all the human activities which already caused the biodiversity loss of about 83% of all the wild animals and almost half of the plant has been disappeared. However, in order to fulfill the global population food needs, the livestock keep growing. There's also another research, I think, for food industry or food and agriculture industry are very familiar with Professor Joseph Paul and Thomas Namsek. So they published a paper in Science in 2018. There is a lot of comparison of different food and their environment footprint. So take one of the examples. It says 20% of the global greenhouse gas emission actually are coming from food industry. That's almost the double of the global transportation. If we look at oat milk, which Oatly is producing, so we compare oat milk to cow's milk in the same volume, we use much less, let's say we are used 90% less land compared to the cow milk, and we're also using 90% water less. And totally in the life cycle, there is 70% less of greenhouse gas emission from oat milk compared to cow's milk. So this is showing how different food options can bring different environment impact, and we can contribute a lot to biodiversity if we choose the right choice. Our companies also wish to lead the transformation of global dairy market. Our business also focus on the development, manufacturing, and promoting and distribution of branded plant-based products, and more specifically oat-based, because we are a company produced with oats. So we want to offer more alternatives to dairy products. Every year, around the International Environment Day in June, we launch special coffee campaign with our coffee partners, where we want to call for attention to all the public and consumers on the biodiversity topic. So when more customers or consumers are aware on the concept of biodiversity, they will take the right sustainable choice, and it will create positive impact to the real environment. So this is a little sharing of how we are doing in order to respond to the biodiversity topic. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, actually, in the sustainability world, there is a saying that's actually apart from the businesses, actually, which probably cannot contribute as much as consumers' choice. Actually, it's eventually the consumer how they change, do the transformation actually based on their choice. So it's great to hear that Oatly how Oatly try to also guide the consumers to make the good choice to save our planet. But on the other hand, I guess XAG is more like business to business, I suppose. But I know that you are also very active in advocating biodiversity, and also as a pioneering agriculture tech company, XAG's action in biodiversity protection is also setting the benchmark for the whole industry, I believe. So can you tell us more about how agricultural drones help protect biodiversity?
Okay, actually, it's very impressive for Oatly story. So actually, I'm an Oatly fan, and I noticed that Oatly now, they have a fashion brand that to tell those consumers in a very fashionable way how to be a sustainable citizen. And for XAG, because we are a manufacturer. We have a factory, we design and we manufacture by ourselves, and we produce these smart farming tools, I say robots for the farmers. So that's why actually we are very close to the procedure of farming itself. So in a very front line to get very close to the nature every day. So for us, actually, the drone and the ground vehicle are designed for spray, seeding, and fertilizing. So they can spray the liquid chemicals, but also they can spray the granular fertilizer and any seed. So actually, so in the real life, the function of a drone is expanded into environmental protection way, because when you can do seeding, then you can protect the grassland and forest. So this is not designed. This is not the functions we designed for farmers, but actually it's like we designed for the nature. So let me give you a very impressive example. In 2019, before the COVID, you still remember in Australia, there is a bushfire. Actually, 90% of the forest almost burned during that bushfire. So it's historically burnt. So it's a natural disaster for human beings, not only for Australia, but the rest of the world. And after that bushfire, in the state of Victoria, which are well hit by that natural disaster, almost all the forests are destroyed totally. So, but after that, the state government found it's really, really hard to make a recovery on the forest, because a lot of the huge trees burned down, and it's really hard for human beings or pickups or any vehicles to get into the core areas of that forest. So it's hard to access to the forest. So you cannot do anything for reforestation. So that's the challenge. And then our local partners in Australia, they just contacted the Victoria State. They provide a comprehensive solution for reforestation because they can use drones to do seeding, to do reforestation job. And after that, it's only like several weeks later after the drone operation for most of that area, that region, because the environment is good. So after seeding, the trees grow up very fast. So, and then we got a thank you letter from state Victoria because it saved a lot of time because when the drone, they can fly from the air, it's easy for them to get access to the core region of the most destroyed areas. But it's impossible for human and other traditional vehicles on the ground. So this is a good way to show how we can protect the environment, not only to save water, save chemicals, but also you can do reforestation, you can save the grassland. Now and based on that concept, we just do seeding in like Tibetan grassland in China and in the western Sichuan province, but also in Brazil, in other areas around the world that to save and to create a good environment for the animals who live in the grassland. So this is just a small case we do, but we feel very honored that we could be a friend, but also a protector for the environment.
Thanks for the great contribution to the world environment and also like save, the world-class accident events. So I think this is really, like you said, impressive. And now I would like to also chat with you a bit like how your companies actually take specific actions in certain markets. If I remember right, Oatly sets its footprint in Chinese markets since 2019. And as we all see, you have achieved enormous success, not only in business per se, but also in sustainable development. So I would like Michelle to share more about your sustainability initiatives that you have taken in the Chinese market. And also, what are your plans to continue to act for a better food systems in China?
You're right. Oatly is still very new, or we're still in very initial stage in the Asian market because we entered in China market in 2018, and it's almost 4 years we're here. So definitely there is a lot to develop and there is a lot to do. We're in line with our global and regional ambitions. So of course, we are growing very fast in business development, and this is also draw our attention to our footprint when we grow in the business. So that's why we already started our own production in Asia. So we have one factory in Singapore, and there's another one in China, Ma'anshan. The reason why we invest so much to build the local production is we want to reduce also our climate and environment footprint of the global transportation, because that's caused a lot of emissions. So local for local not only contribute to the greenhouse gas emission reduction, also where we can be more close to our consumers, where we can provide in-time products with nutrition. Of course, in the sustainable development, it's not only about own operation. We also have ambition, or we have our plans to where we can engage more with the government on standards, where we can also more collaborating and partner with our business partners. And moreover, we also want to influence more our consumers where changing the lifestyle actually can contribute huge to the sustainability. We supported many of our coffee customer or business partners on reducing their carbon footprint because they also have their own sustainability targets. We have already several years disclosed our LCA carbon footprint, and if you see our products, many of our barista have the carbon label on the box. So this has been a lot of work done in the past, and we will continue. Second, a circular economy is so much about sustainability. Sustainability is so much about circular economy. So when we produce oat milk, there is a lot of oat residue actually generated. We are trying or testing with a lot of technology and innovation companies how we can convert those oat residue into a valuable resource. So either we can make them into new sustainable material, or we can generate with oat residue into energy. Of course, in the agriculture side, we are still, our oats are coming from Europe and Nordic. However, we are also trying to study on the local oat, but it takes time because it has many connections with our product quality and etc. However, this year we have tried in Yunnan about coffee farm. We have sponsored 10 observation device where, as Dr. Tong said, where we can support the local farmers to plant coffee in more scientific way. They can test the pesticides and to put the right volume, not over. And we hope by starting this action, we can start on the agriculture side using the technology. And also, we also want to empower the local farmers to have more income later. So this is a trial, and we start in the coffee area. And of course, we will continue to do more in the future. Of course, last but not the least is standard and legislation, of course, is a key to enable more sustainable action, either from corporation or the consumer side. So as the first oat company in globally in China, we also support in last year to set up the white paper of China oat milk industry, where we believe with the right standard and benchmark, the plant-based industry and the food system will continue to grow and bring more positive impact when we talk about environment and social. So this is some action we are doing now, and of course we will continue to do more. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's wonderful that Oatly really takes the responsibility of an industry leader, like in the Chinese markets, and doing for the Chinese economy, and also for the sustainability development. Because I also know that for the moment, the Chinese markets has big potential in coffee industry, and it's like growing very fast in like unprecedented speed. So it's great that Oatly also observe this and also work with the coffee industry. I think it's it will create great synergies between oat milk and coffee drinks. And while Oatly is tapping into the promising Chinese markets, XAG, as a China-born tech company, is actively exploring the overseas market. So, Dr. Tong, can you share with us how XAG helped agriculture business abroad to achieve sustainability? And also in the future, how do you see that XAG will lead to transformative change in agriculture industry?
Okay, as I mentioned, now we are in 50 countries and regions around the world. And I think comparing with other Chinese market, Chinese companies going global, so we are kindly different from the traditional road to the overseas market, because agriculture technology is, I think it's a pretty new industry. So comparing with other countries, China has a very unique social environment and a policy environment comparing with other countries. So that's why we start very early in China. I mean, we dive into agriculture in we started in like 2015 to design, and in 2017 we are fully commercialized and provide a well-designed product, very mature product to the market, to Chinese market. So with a very rapid development in China around 5 years, right now in China, because the government's policy is very open, the agriculture drone in China is not a aerial, it's not a drone itself, but also it was taken as a agriculture tool in China. That's why Chinese farmers can buy drones and enjoy the subsidy from the Ministry of Agriculture at the same time. And this is very unique in the whole world. Chinese government has a very open policy for operation, because in overseas, when you would like to use the drone to spray anything, you need to submit like a report to the Civil Aviation Authority, and then you can get a permit, and then you can operate your drone, because it's like a operation in a professional way. But in China, when the farmers, they buy the drone, it's like their agriculture tool, like a tractor. So they can use anytime, but within a safer environment, which means you cannot go to a public place, but with your own agricultural field, it's totally legal in China. So with a very rapid development in China, right now in China, it's totally a very mature. And when you go any province in China, north, south, western, and east, when you go to the agriculture field or region, you can see a lot of drone pilots and operations every day. But for overseas market, it's pretty new thing. And we started like 3 years ago. But right now in developing countries, the markets are increasing and growing very fast in Southeast Asia and Latin America especially. And now we are in Vietnam, in Cambodia, in Thailand, and in Latin America, it's like in Colombia, Ecuador, and Brazil. So for those agricultural countries, they face the challenges of aging society and labor shortage. So that's why they take agriculture drone and robot ground vehicle as a very good helper for them, because it's totally a revolutionary way comparing with the traditional way. At the same time, it saves the cost, because now, as I mentioned earlier, because of the urbanization, those young people graduated from famous universities, they would like to go to the internet company or technology company like Tesla, or go into the financial industry, stay in a bank, but they would like to live in the CBD, but rather than the countryside. So that's why for those agriculture companies or orchard owners, they are really hard to hire people. And the cost for laborers are growing in an incredible way. So that time, it generates a great demand on technology, because you have a very stable technology, which means you don't need to worry in the peak hour, because in the peak hour, it's really hard to hire people, because agriculture is a seasonal business. During the peak hour, during the harvest and the planting season, everybody would like to have workers and laborers. So everybody are fighting with each other, that's with the laborers. So, but if you have the reliable equipment and you got a helper, so that's why we have a lot of market in developing countries, and they can really take lessons and experience from China with the last 5 years development. So they can totally enjoy and benefit from this Chinese design and manufactured product. But at the same time, for developed countries, because they have the infrastructure built like decades ago, so they have the foundation and they have the traditional concept to use the tractors and other huge machinery tools. And at the same time, from the legislative perspective, they have a lot of regulations on operating drones. But the drone is the consumer side for photographers, but they have very strict regulations on drones. So a farmer in the UK, if they buy an agricultural drone, they have to proceed a very complicated procedure that to fly its drone. So it's not a tool you cannot use every day because it's not that convenient. So that's why in the last 2 and 3 years, I have a lot of negotiations and dialogues with different governments from the developed countries like UK, like Switzerland. And right now, I think the game is changing. And right now, for the officials from the developed countries, they are accepting this concept from the digital farming, from whatever perspective of privacy or data security or efficiency or technology itself. So right now, I think for developing countries, it's increasing and repeating the Chinese successful stories. And for developed countries, I think we have a very promising future ahead. And I'm very positive about the future for sustainable farming around the world based on our technology.
Great, thank you so much. It's great to hear about this, how this agri-tech are applied all over the world and see the difference. It's really valuable observation about, the Chinese status quo and also vis-a-vis other countries and so developing country world and also in the less developed country. So it's definitely, as you said, it's not simply it's a one-man show. It's it requires all the effort from both from business, from government, from also I guess also from the farmer side. It needs kind of like collaboration in a way to make sure that this sustainable development can go further. Really, really big thank you to all your precious sharing and insights. Because now the sustainability is like very urgent thing for us to tackle. So we cannot wait anymore. We need all the efforts of business to take any initiatives and to push the industry, to push the whole society into the action to protect environment and fight for the climate change and all these things. And also at China, you as a kind of bridge for the international collaboration, we really look forward to see the innovations and digital solutions flowing from China to Europe and also vice versa from Europe to China. And we strongly believe that in the power of international collaboration and ideas sharing and exchange, we can build a better future together. I think we are more or less running out of time. So thank you so much for joining today's discussion, Sharon, Dr. Tong. We wish Beyond Expo a great success, and I sincerely hope that we can meet each other in person next year at Beyond Expo, and we can continue our discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for Jiao, and thanks. Nice to meet you, Ms. Tong, as well. Yeah. Wish everything will be success. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay.
有个院士讲过，这个氯胺叫做氢2.0，那么其实也是基于这样的一个原理。如果说这个技术
I remember that an academician mentioned a certain technology. So if this technology can be launched to the world, it could be treated as a type of
I'm Karen, founder of Rise Sustainable Fashion Innovation Platform. And 2 years ago, Rise was launched in Shanghai by Impact Hub, one of the largest platforms focusing on social innovation and sustainable development in the world. So I'm quite honored to have all the panelists here. And today we are going to talk with the industry leaders and the pioneers to talk about how the social innovations to promote sustainability in fashion industry. Let's welcome all the panelists. My first question would like to ask Joanne, as a leader in the sustainable luxury fashion industry, how do you interpret the social responsibilities you shoulder, or I can say, how do you interpret sustainable fashion?
Sure, thanks, Karen. It's my pleasure to join this forum because sustainability is such an important topic for fashion industry. Actually, fashion industry is the second most polluting industry globally. You cannot imagine that number, but that is one of the data released by the ESG group, that actually not only the second most polluting, the water consuming of fashion industry is also quite astonishing. For example, if we want to have one cotton shirt, it usually costs 700 gallons of water
to produce one cotton shirt. That is enough water for one person to drink at least 8 cups per day for 3.5 years. So can you imagine the burden on our shoulder for this industry? I had one speech in Davos years ago before COVID, and explained to the people in this industry that it's really our responsibility to protect our Earth and our beautiful global, environment to reduce the pollution in this industry. However, unlike the other industry that are concentrated of the supply chains, fashion, the whole ecosystem is extremely complex, fragmented, and global. So I think we still have a long road to go, but it's really our journey to put a long-term vision on the ESG and sustainability and to take actions for going forward.
Thanks, Joanne, and thanks. It is very insightful, and your sharing just help us have a better understanding that what is sustainable fashion to a brand. And my next question would like to ask Priyanka. We all know that Fashion for Good is a global initiative to inspire change and drive the collective movement to make fashion a force for good. So as an innovation platform, we would like to hear from you, what are the visions of Fashion for Good when it comes to sustainable fashion, and how should brands, retailers, and manufacturers cooperate with one another to realize this vision?
Thank you, Karen. I think maybe I'll give a quick overview of or introduction to Fashion for Good. So Fashion for Good, as you mentioned, is with the aim to making fashion a source for good. What we really do is, or with the goal of accelerating and scaling technology innovation. That's basically our more micro level goal or general goal in view, which is how do we accelerate and scale technology innovation within the fashion industry? Because our belief is the industry needs to change and transform at the moment, because as mentioned earlier, there's a lot of emissions that come out of it. It's one of the higher polluting industries in the world. And we foresee that to transform this industry, to make it more circular and sustainable, you have to infuse technology in here. So that is our overall goal, to find these technologies, to make them, to assess whether they can actually work with larger industry or industry as a whole, and then support them to scale with the existing players and hopefully with the industry-wide integration in future. So with that goal, our understanding of the dynamics of the industry dynamics currently, as you also mentioned, what should manufacturers, brands, and technologies do around it? The current supply chain is quite complicated for the fashion industry. In my opinion, I usually like to say it's multiple industries in one industry. It's so large and so complicated. And in each of these supply chain steps, as I would say, from raw materials to processing to actual manufacturing, all the way till the end of use, there are multiple technology intervention areas, which if brought into the supply chain, can potentially transform the footprint of the industry, reduce the natural resources used like water, and also overall carbon emissions, the polluting of water, etc., can be brought down through these. So what we are focusing on, what our vision is, that in each of these supply chain steps, we should be able to embed the technologies that can be scaled up in the industry overall. And to make that happen, it's not something that only technologies can do. We work with multiple now. We've looked at about 3,000 technologies, and we're working with about 157 across the supply chain. But that's one part of the game. We need the industry on the other side. And so we have brands who are supporting this initiative as well, and who are also assessing with us which of these technologies can actually work, and then supporting to scale them. And the third leg, which I think is one of the most important, is the supply chain, that is the manufacturers, whether it's tier 3, tier 1, tier 2, whichever manufacturers, they have to be brought on board, also educated on everything that is happening and all the challenges there are, because they are usually the final people to work with the innovations. So in my opinion, the industry dynamics need to change quite a lot. This buyer-seller relationship that exists in the industry between the brand and the supplier, that dynamic needs to change to more co-development or co-creation, and literally bringing in on board with these suppliers and brands, the technologies that would make this change happen. So I think that's how, in short, I would foresee the industry dynamics change. I'll pause here and wait for a follow-up question.
Yeah, I cannot agree more. And I totally agree that supply chain is so key, such a key to the whole industry to promote a sustainable fashion. And I would like to ask Kate, as an AI plus fashion flexible supply chain business, maybe you can explain to the audience what exactly flexibility in fashion means to us.
Right. Thank you, Karen. We just talked about the supply chain, the importance of supply chain, the fashion industry. Actually, in our opinion, most of the impact of the fashion industry was not only at the brand level, but also at the production level, at the supply chain side. It's not only about the raw materials like the cotton, silk, cashmere, it's also about the whole production process. So Finu is a technology company. When we start up this company, we are trying to bring a new concept of sustainable fashion into this area, into this very traditional area, especially the manufacturer side. So for when we talk about the supply chain, we talk about the factories, the workers in the lines. So they doing a lot of work, such as the sewing, the dyeing, cutting, all the process. When they did all the process, they usually need some technology things to help them improve their work efficiency. When we usually have very big order and the large quantity of each order, so they have enough time to get familiar with each procedures to make their work be more effective. But right now, with very short delivery time, they need to keep on-time delivery, and they have very small quantities. It requires the factory need to get the workers, the materials, the process being a dynamic level. They need to have a dedicated planning thing to put the order into different process. Like if they do the cutting, they need to consider the multiple combination of the color, of the size, and to get everything together and go into the sewing process and go to the finishing process. In this way, in the supply chain side, with the AI's help, the factory can have a brain to help to the decision making, not only decide on the technical person or on the plant owner or the team leader. They can have all the data. They collect the digitalizing process from each station, each worker, and then do the analysis to make the workers be more effective. In this way, people can take the small orders, small quantities to do this flexible work production to avoid overproduction. In this way, we can avoid the produce more to make the waste in the fashion industry, to make the whole things be more sustainable.
Thanks, Kate. And now we have a better understanding about your business. And also, I have a more clear idea about how Failure Tech contribute to sustainable fashion. And thanks for your sharing. And my next question would like to ask Joanne again. As sustainable fashion is still at the very beginning in China, so I think it is very challenging to balance profitability and sustainability. So how can a brand achieve a balance between economic value and the sustainability. Can you share more your insights with us?
Sure. Just like Kate said, actually sustainability is not only about fabric or some technology. It's also about supply chain, and supply chain can improve a lot of efficiency. One data tell us every year there are more than 100 billion pieces of fashion items. However, there are 30% of them never sold. Okay, so they were put into a field, like a field land, and are totally a waste. So improve the supply chain is very important. However, it's also very costly to reform the supply chain. I think the challenge to reform supply chain is actually based on in the past. When we talk about the supply chain, everybody talking about how to minimize the costs to improve the efficiency. But sustainability is another concept. It's not about reduce the cost. The key is to protect our environment, to get a long-term protection on the green environment, so that we have to think about new business model and also challenge the old way, just to save dollars by putting more, fashion pieces. But we also challenge a lot of, challenge ourselves in an innovative way, how we sell. For example, there's a lot of platforms in the market now. We do the resale or repair or rental basis to sell fashion pieces. Okay, so you don't need to really buy, and some of them can be recycled. And also, we can see that a lot of brands like Houlleberghs, they use very sustainable fabric as a fundamental of the product. So I think that overall speaking, we have to challenge our current business model from supply chain to the sales channel in order to get to the sustainability to the next level. However, this is definitely a trade-off of profitability versus sustainability, because to get there costs more money.
Yes, this is a very insightful idea, and I cannot agree more. And so from Joanne's sharing, we noticed that innovation plays a very important role to drive the sustainability in fashion industry. So as a leader of the innovation platform, I would like to ask Priyanka. We understand that innovation platform provides inspirations and technical support to link brands and the retailers and the supply chain together. I would like to hear more from you about how you elaborate for us exactly the platform functions. Can you share with us more about what you are doing right now?
Sure. First of all, it's really nice to hear both the other inputs here, because from a brand's perspective, talking about circular business models and zero waste manufacturing, I think is fantastic, because that is to say there is already a level of education and appetite to invest in certain these things, and also talking about price parity, which is the hard reality that sustainability at the moment comes at premium. So I want to just reiterate those points, that is quite appreciated, and also the technology side, because it's quite in line with how this is a group where we would normally deal with, where we would be bringing the discussions between an innovator, brand, and also a supply chain partner to solve some of these problems, or solve for some of these problems. So, and going back to, as you said, what are our functions in the industry? So we built that expertise over the past 5 years of knowing the technologies and understanding which are, through various due diligences, bringing experts on board, etc., to understand which are at the moment scalable or which are the technologies that can be put forward for future. And when I say technologies, I mean innovation in general. Some of these are just incremental innovations. Some of these are completely transformative innovations. And our understanding it for the industry to change, we need both. So we support on both ends. And once we have the understanding of who has the capacity and capability or who are the winners in this space, we'd work deeply with our supply chain partners and brand partners to test it out. So actually build technical tests, prototypes, pilots, etc., to validate that this actually works, at least in a smaller format. And then we push them towards scaling through various projects, as well as one-on-one support and bringing other experts in. Now, it sounds really simple to say acceleration, so validating them and then taking them towards scaling. Our learnings in the last couple of years is to reach the pilot stage has relatively been easier because we are able to validate a lot. But when it comes to scaling, there are multiple challenges that come in, many curated, customized challenges that we have never anticipated. So that is the big challenging or tricky piece that we are trying to solve for at the moment, which would mean engaging deeper into supply chain, which would mean testing at or piloting at various levels, lab scale to pilot lines, to bigger pilot lines, to more concrete lines. So our universe is between how do we get them to test out technologies with the actual stakeholders in the industry, and how do we take it to scaling. Now, to make this happen, our functions, as I said, have been around finding the right partners. Our understanding is also that the green premium or the sustainability premium, as Joanne referred to earlier, only a few players in the industry have appetite for that, as well as the resources for that. So we work with usually the larger players in the industry who have a very strong focus on sustainability, as well as are willing to put in resources in making a lot of this happen. And this means both from the manufacturer side, as well as the industry, that is the brand side, brand and retailer side. Now, ideally, we would love to work with everyone in the industry, but that always becomes a challenge because our understanding for growth is that if somebody puts resources now, the actual industry puts resources now and creates offtake, then potentially as the innovators grow, economies of scale hit in, and the price comes down to an extent that the rest of the industry can adopt it. But for that, we are constantly looking at leaders in the industry to come forward in both the manufacturing, brand, as well as the technology space. And then, of course, technology work is exactly the same. A lot of the technical, like the hard tech, for example, is coming out of labs, and getting them out of labs all the way to independent companies working with some of the largest brands. I think that is one of the most interesting and the challenging part. Huge lever to this is financing. And a lot of our efforts have been to create more and more financing in this space. But even now, I think 5 years of efforts later, I still believe that financing in sustainable fashion actually is quite nascent. And while we drive a debt fund for manufacturers, we also do a little bit of equity investments, and there are probably 5 other funds focused on this area. I think we need a lot more capital infusion coming from both the industry side as well as independent financiers and various different kind of tools, because our understanding is a lot of the really difficult nuts to crack, like chemical recycling, for example, require a lot of capital for R&D, which is even pre-revenue. So that is another nut that we are trying to constantly crack and open. And then there are other technologies like traceability, failure, for example, also that actually are more digital as well, and actually can be scaled up much more rapidly in the industry. And I think those are really great support areas because fashion industry creates a mix of both, which is more on the digital, virtual technologies, creating traceability, transparency, etc., but also really deep hard tech technologies that will still probably take a decade or 2 to scale. So I'll pause here.
Yeah, that's very inspirational, and we all have the same feeling about the challenges in the industry, even in China. And I would like to ask Kate. We all know that it is quite difficult to change the traditional garment manufacture. So so how does Failio Tech contribute to sustainability in the industry? Can you help us to summarize and give us a director idea about how you change the industry in a sustainable way?
Okay, as mentioned, Failio Tech is a high technology company. It was founded by IBM Dr. Watson's scientist team in 2016. So during the past 6 or 7 years, we focused on how to apply application of the advanced technology like the artificial intelligence and machine learning into this very traditional manufacturing supply chain side. We go to thousands of factories, including the China factories and the international ones. And we develop a SaaS product called SoSmart, SEW SoSmart. So this advanced manufacturing SaaS system can be implemented into the manufacturing, into the factories. In a simple way, we attached Android tablet with this SoSmart app installed into each working station, like the cutting or sewing machine, sewing machine. And with this app installed tablet, the workers can get every information they need to know. In the infrastructure side, we generate these orders, these working orders. Like for example, we have a style, we have this 2022 new style. We get this sweatpants need to be produced in a company, in a factory. We have this SKU, we have its delivery time, and we put this order into our software system, and it will automatically generate the processing operations. Like for each SAM, it's a sewing SAM, like it's maybe a 13-3 process, and for each SAM, we have a database. We can get for each process, which is its total seconds or total minutes for different process. For example, for this sweatpants, maybe it's a 13.5 operation process, and in a total 22 minutes in each SAM. Usually it will be dispatched, calculated by the very skilled technician or the industry engineer. Now the system can help the factories, the manufacturing factories, to calculate by using these technologies. Then it will generate the production plan intelligently and accordingly based on how many numbers people in this production line, what is their skills, how scalable each person's are, which equipment they are going to use. Is there enough equipment in this production line? What is the standard time? Like we just calculate the same time and the processing operations, and we calculate all the variables together and generate best plans to put this sweatpants. For example, it's maybe 3,000 in 3 color, in 5 size, maybe go to different areas, so it has different delivery time to which part to go to which lines to get produced. Then this app will go to each department. For example, for the cutting unit, it will have this SoSmart app for cutting unit. Each cutting workers, for example, they are doing the fabric relaxing, they are doing the spreading, the cutting. All the information will go to their template. They just do these things according to the system's order. And for each work they did, for example, they can record how many actual layers they did for each raw material. They have this planned layers displayed in their APP. When they finished their work, they recorded the actual layers. So the system knows the whole process, and it will also record the barcode number. There is a QR code being generated to tracking this fabric from cutting unit to a fabric supermarket and to a sewing market, even for some outsourcing area. So it will calculate how many WIPs, how many fabrics being put into which area. And then the system go to the production side. For each workers in the production line, they will be assigned a template and they will be assigned their process. The line managers will give them a quick training about how to use the APP for their daily work. And then when they did their work, they just click the APP and it will calculate their how many pieces, how many bundles being processed. The line managers will say in his template, he will say the line balance. So in production, we do the line balance checking, and we can see the real-time information for the line leaders and the management. They can make the decision. If there's a bottleneck generated, how to do the line balance, how to balance the operations from one worker to different workers, or reassign the original process operations to different lines. In this way, we can do the line balance checking and do this, find the bottleneck and do this whole line balance checking and adjustment things automatically. And it also includes the inspection for inline inspection and online inspection. In this way, all the information is being digitalized by this system, by this SoSmart system, and the SoSmart system calculate all the information and give new orders to each workers to make the whole process be very effective. And it will also do some hardware in the loop, like just mentioned, there's different hardwares in a factory, like the hand system or the HV or the sewing machine. It will integrate with these different systems to do this. We call the hardware in the loop. In this way, the SoSmart system will integrate like the hand system and directing the path of each hanger to further increase the production efficiency. Actually, in some factories, like in China or in other area, even they have this very advanced hardware equipment. Due to the educational and management level, the manufacturing side cannot fully use this hardware system like the hand system. With Finews software's help, it can automatically generate the best route for each hanger to help the manufacturing, to help the workers, to help the management further increase the efficiency of their hardware system. So this is an example about how to use some advanced things to improve daily operation for each workers, for each manufacturing thing.
Thanks, Kate, for sharing so many details with us to help us know more about the smart solutions you have worked on. And although we know that the fashion industry is still a very traditional industry, and but you are still make everything changing. So we really appreciate that solution. And also, I would like to ask Priyanka, as I know that Fashion for Good used to base in Netherlands, and I just noticed that why you have moved your team to Asia as well. So can you share with us what the future of for Asia in terms of strategy and actions from your side?
Thank you. And thank you, Kate. That was so interesting. I have so many questions for you, but I'm probably going to take that offline. I think our purpose of coming to Asia is exactly this, to be able to interact with innovators like Kate here and to be able to assess which of the technologies we can potentially support and how. The big vision or reason around moving to Asia was we worked for the first few years of our existence. Fashion for Good is a relatively young organization with the brands and with the technologies. And we realized that actually to make any kind of pilot or any test happen for the technologies to be integrated, we needed the supply chain, because supply chain is where all the action happens. And none of the brands really own their supply chain. And when we looked at what are the right supply chain areas for us to build on, Asia came as generally one of the biggest manufacturing areas in the world, of course. And then we looked at South Asia, East Asia, but separately, and try to assess where we fit in. So our goal was to engage leading manufacturing players into the platform, into our innovation, or let's say our sphere of partners, who can, again, put in the resources, time, work, and develop innovations, and have, let's say, stronger goals towards sustainability. And then, of course, two-part on the innovation side, to find more localized innovations. Over the first few years of our existence, we realized we're relatively easy to work with for Western innovations, European innovations, maybe a little bit coming from Asia, but not a lot. And our hypothesis was that actually, given that how close this is to the manufacturing region, there should be a lot more innovation there that we are just not able to tap at the moment. That's why coming and setting up localized, it's the first time we've expanded anywhere. The point was to really find these localized innovations and be able to support them. And on the flip side, a lot of these technologies that we work with, which are fantastically coming out from other areas of the world, want to be closer to the supply chain. They want to be either present in or work in partnership with various suppliers in the manufacturing region, as in Asia primarily. So it became like there are multiple reasons now pushing us towards going into a manufacturing region. And with this in mind, we went into quite a staged approach. Over the last 3 years, we've been establishing our presence in South Asia. So actually India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, this market is what we've been catering to quite heavily. We have a few manufacturing partners from there as well, some of the leaders, and we've looked at a lot of technologies coming out of this region. And I think now we support about 30 technologies over the last 3 years. So yeah, about 32 technologies from this region. And since last year, what we've understood that we've built some leadership in here, and we'd like to now figure out what all is available in East Asia, where are the technologies and how can we get access to them, and who are the leading players that we want to talk to. So this has been sort of an effort. And I think coming to platforms like this and being able to talk about fashion for good is a way to also move into the region and identify the right suppliers. Also to think about, a lot of our brands have their supply chain partners or strategic supply chain partners sitting across East Asia. And we want to be able to build relationships there, but with the core goal of, number one, creating education in the industry. A lot of what Fashion for Good does is create awareness that there is a lot that needs to be done in the industry and how these problems can be solved. And then to find narrow number of partners to work directly with, and then technologies that we can support through this entire process. I think it's been quite an interesting journey for us overall. It hasn't been like, there are so many language challenges within Asia as well. So it hasn't been as easy to roll out everything, but it has been quite interesting because a lot of the current commitments on sustainability are coming from Western, either governments driven and brands, the bigger brands. We have not seen as much commitment, obviously a few leaders aside, coming from Asian manufacturers and brands. And I think that we take ownership of that as part of our role also, to be able to bring that message that here is what is happening in the footprint in the industry, here are the challenges. We need to start building policies around it, the legislation which will support or push the industry to make higher commitments on sustainability, and then hence push the industry to find solutions and disrupt the supply chain.
Oh, thanks, Priyanka. I feel so excited to hear about your future plan, because China is also the largest market of both manufacturing and the consumption in fashion industry. So look forward to collaborate with Fashion for Good to connect our local innovation actors with Fashion for Good. Yeah, look forward to. And my last question would like to go to Joanne. We all know that the pandemic, the COVID-19 has changed us a lot. Like the consumer, their attitude towards sustainability, they become they are more aware of that problem, and they are more eager to connect with the nature, and also they are more careful about their daily decision making on consumption. So how to incorporate observations on consumer into product design, especially after the pandemic, and how do you communicate with consumers and nudge them in the right directions? Can you share your insight with us?
Sure. Definitely, I think the young generation is really have more like a mindset on this sustainability, and they want to make a statement about their visions on the earth for future. Lavon Group is also definitely approve of the generation that we want to really make our efforts to pay to protect the earth. So basically, I can give you an example how we link the design and the product into the sustainability concept. For example, Wolford is one brand in our group that it is the brand that have from cradle to cradle certificate, first certificate at a gold level in this industry. Means our products are 100% disposable, and also we have designed a special capsule, we say Aurora, using that fabric that is totally no polluting to the environment, with 100% disposable fabric to really push to the market and to the customers, so that we can really contribute our efforts on the sustainability. Another example is we have one collection called the microfish scale collection. It's actually generated from fish net and the other nylon waste. So basically, we're using a lot of recycled materials to do the product to reduce the pollution. And in the plant of Wolford, we actually developed a hot water and a steam system for the entire production process. So as mentioned before, that fashion is responsible almost 10% of the carbon emission globally. So we have to reduce the carbon emission, and Wolford has developed this hot water and a steam system to at least reduce 200 tons of carbon emission every year. So we actually accumulated these small steps every day, and then we communicate our vision on sustainability and our mission to protect the earth to our younger customers, to say we are all aligned on our future mission towards a green planet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for Joanne's story. And I do enjoy the discussion with all of you on that topic. And we all know that sustainability is such a big topic for us to discuss about. But the time is up for us for today's session. So we are quite sure that the transformation of fashion industry need a lot of people work together and more people to participate. So at the end, I would like to invite all of you to collaborate together and to make our fashion industry to be more rational, inclusive, smart, and eco-friendly. Okay, thank you all of you to join our session today. And yeah, this is all of our discussion today. And thanks for joining with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. 好，那就非常感谢普罗斯投资科技创新副总裁张建峰先生和 Giselle 中国开发顾问。
We want to thank Mr. Zhang and also Mr. Zhang Tong from Giselle to attend today's talk. My name is Deng Bingyan from Puyue China Investment.
在正式的讨论开始之前呢，首先想请二位向我们的观众简单做一下自我介绍。首先有请普罗斯的张总。
So would you please make a brief introduction of yourself?
首先我跟大家简单介绍一下普罗斯。普罗斯是一家聚焦于供应链、新能源和大数据业务的一个产业投资和资产管理的一家公司啊。我们业务呢在全球。
Indeed, we are a company dedicated to the investment of sustainability, but China is our biggest market. So we manage an asset portfolio of about 120 billion US dollars. So thank you very much. So next one is Alex Zhang. So very happy to make an introduction of Giselle. Actually, we have a lot of experiences and best practices in this regard. We have a lot of senior talents, and we have been involved into the research of a lot of cells development, and also especially for development of some smart cells. And we have over 100 business secrets, and every year we invest a huge amount of time for the research and the development purposes. Especially we use the hydrogen cells to replace the diesel engines. And these products have been extensively applied across the world and also in China. And we are looking forward to make more of our explorations in China. So we are very happy to have invited the two of you to attend today's conference. And this part is about the decarbonization of future and how to look ahead into a low carbon future. And from 2002, we have put forward 2020, we have put forward the 30-60 goals because of the security of energies and energy supplies. For the primary energies, the coal accounts for about 56.8% of the total. For natural gas and hydrogen, they account for about 24.3% of the total. So the main polluters of this industry is also accounting for about 36.8%. And also in the next 14th five-year plan, CO2 reduction, and also for the reduction of consumption of GDP, there will be some really quantifiable figures. And hopefully the renewable energies will be enhanced to about 20%. So against this background, the primary market has been caring a lot about the transformation of the energies. And for this forum, we hope to talk a little bit about the future of our system and do we have any alternative plans in horizon. First of all, about how we can transform our society in this direction, since the proposal of the so-called 30-60 carbon goal. So in day-to-day affairs management, in your opinion, what factors have prevented us from the high degree of application of green power? So for process perspective, you may have a lot of experiences in this regard, and you have a lot of explorations conducted so far.
绿电的这个范围比较广啊，那跟我们相关的主要还是那个光伏和风能啊。在光伏这一块呢，由于我们很早就跟博丰成立一家合资公司叫普丰新能源啊，主要是侧重于屋顶光伏的开发啊。因为大家
So we have an active engagement into this regard since a long time ago, especially for the logistics parks management. We have managed a huge asset portfolio. And in China, we have around 400 parks under our management, covering over 4,000 square meters. So the rooftop of the parks are really suitable for the distributed management. Yes, so the rooftop management becomes our core expertise. Especially for the clean energy application, we have a lot of initiatives already conducted so far, and especially for the comparisons between the traditional parks and also the green parks. We are still looking for the opportunities that may be accommodative enough to use our PV or more green technologies. The second part is about wind power. We have been working together with Ningxia Jiazhe, because in the park, wind power is not that likely to be used to a greater degree, but in China, we have a complementarity schemes between wind power and also the electricity power or the PV power. So they have been extensively applied already in the parks. So do we have any problems or difficulties? I think the most important part is related to the cost of performance ratios for investment of PVs. So if the cost is worthwhile, then we are willing to make investment. But looking ahead into the future, not likely that all the business parks or the industrial parks can be perfect examples to accommodate those technologies. And also the cost of performance ratio is not that high. So especially in some areas in the West, the sunshine is not that good. For Chengdu, they're running out of power. But if you really want to use the wind power or use some solar power, the building blocks are not there to accommodate such a new regime, to accommodate such a new paradigm. But with the cost reduction on some other areas, and also with the support from the government on all new types of energies, I think new energies will become even more extensively applied in the future by our company. So far, those who are, especially for those parks with a heavy dependence on those power generating devices or hardwares, I think this will be translated into a lot of business opportunities. My question for Alex is for hydrogen power. So since last year, especially for the tier 1 market, they have been looking for the selection and choice of the subject matter. But as a manufacturer, as an investor or key explorer into this market, do you see any hindrances or some bottleneck issues? So talking about the traditional hydrogen power, indeed, there has been some time spent for the exploration. But for the chloride hydrogen making, still it will meet some problems. For the transportations, indeed, there are a lot of solutions. But these solutions are much more mature than what they are in the past. But still, there's further room of improvement because of explosiveness of hydrogen. The biggest problem still comes from whether or not we can have some low-cost solutions or plans that can ensure large quantities of manufacturing. So in comparison, I think this is exactly something that we are willing to work more on. For EFC standard settings, the whole world is having a lot of experiences already, but the crux of the matter is to use some low cost to ensure the manufacturing of electricity and power. From that perspective, a huge amount of attention has been paid into this regard. I think it carries a lot of value, and in due course, we are going to release relevant information to the public. But as to how we can reduce the cost even further for the making of hydrogen and how to ensure mass production of hydrogen-related power is topping the agenda for all the stakeholders. This is, as I said, a bottleneck issue. So in the future, if all the problems can be further solved, I think the cost will be reduced even further. Another follow-up question is that just now you mentioned about wind power or wind power companies, they care more about the hydrogen as the future direction, right? Yes. So technology is only one thing of the whole story, but for hydrogen to be applied, maybe they have more scenarios for its application than lithium cells. There has been a growing attention to the hydrogen cells. Still, I think we still need some time for the exploration of its characteristics. We are still pondering over the so-called ultimate solutions based upon hydrogen. Indeed, already some plans are in horizon now, especially for the use of those heavy metals. It has been reduced substantially, but still the percentage is a little bit high. So can we really reduce the content of heavy metals, if not reduce to none? So if we reduce the content of a heavy metal, then that will be translated into the replacement. And by using some other substitute metals, the cost will be even higher if we reduce the metal, the heavy metals. This is far from real and realistic. It does not make sense at all, despite the fact that we have been making a lot of useful efforts. But still, I think it does not carry any water if we explore the very nature behind such practice. So this is the reason why we stick to AFC for so many years, because in our products, we don't use heavy metals or precious metals. So that will bring more conveniences to the mass production of cells. For transportation, we have made it clear to use liquefied ammonia to transport those cells. And that will also be quite convenient for transportation. So just now, Alex has also mentioned about the precious metals application. Yes, indeed, we have heard a lot of support from the government, especially to their support to the lithium cells. But there are still some restrictions. But back to what Mr. Zhang has mentioned about what GLP has mentioned and has done in the green power, talking about the issue of price for the mass propagation of this technology. We have also seen that the power tariff reform has also been conducted, and the price was even more market oriented. do you think that in this direction, with more market-oriented strategies employed for power supply, that will be more incentivizing enough for all the industrial parks to use the so-called green power, or to ensure you have more distributions of green power?
Well, this is a very good question. Well, there's a limitation to the application of photovoltaic electricity in industrial park, because it all depends on the solar energy. You can't generate electricity during the nighttime. So on one hand, we have to drive the cost down. On the other hand, we have to develop the energy storage technology. But once energy storage technologies take into consideration, the cost will soar and putting a lot of pressure on our business operation or commercial viability. Right now, we're still at the early stage of supplying energy storage technologies together with the photovoltaic electricity. We're following very closely to the market-based reform of the power market. Currently, the electricity generated by photovoltaic power or solar power inside a industrial park can only be consumed within the park. But probably in the future, the solar energy, when converted into electricity, can be transmitted to adjacent consumer. Well, that requires the government policy support. I believe this is a general trend in the power market reform in China. But as to the reform pace and rhythm, well, I can only say that they will follow this market very closely. As to the general direction, I believe that this is the right direction. And maybe in the future, we are going to develop different modes of energy storage. For example, the flying wheel technology, it offers very short response time. I believe as the government relaxes on the control over this power market, we're enjoying a bright future. Well, GLP is the operator of many industrial parks in China. At the same time, you're making some investment in some projects. So talking about the green energy, green electricity, not just confined to solar energy or wind energy. So do you have any investment plan into this green electricity industry? As to hydrogen power, it's a general, well, it's one of the possibilities in the future. Currently, there are national policies supporting the development of lithium battery and photovoltaic industry. It took so many years for these two industries to grow into such a stage of maturity. As to hydrogen industry, I believe it is still at its inception level. As we've been in the logistic industry for so many years, I don't think the lithium battery is the right source of power for long distance transportation. Because you want to carry good over a very long distance, you have to carry a lot of batteries with you. That entails very heavy tonnage for the vehicle. So for long distance or long haul transportation, hydrogen power is probably a more preferred source of power. We made investment in two companies developing hydrogen technologies. They're basically into the hydrogen vehicles and hydrogen-based transportation. So we're making an investment, yes, indeed, into some energy project. hydrogen power can also be applied to forklifters inside the industrial park. We made investment in 2 companies involved in charging station. Well, actually, those logistic vehicles, they need charging services inside the industrial park. So we made some investment in this field. As to hydrogen fuel station, well, we're still exploring the possibility. As to the hydrogen industry, but we're following, we're looking at this market very closely, but I still believe that it's a bit too early to make any substantial move into that direction. Oh, thank you. Understood. We just talked about the hydrogen fuel station 2 months ago. Shell announced that it's going to establish a hydrogen fuel station in Shanghai. So the traditional energy companies are exploring their business presence in the alternative energy. Alex just talked about a possible energy storage technology. GenCell must have a lot of technological breakthroughs in energy storage business. So what's your comment on the prospect of hydrogen as a source of energy storage technology? From a market point of view, energy problem or energy issue is a very fundamental problem. Without energy, we can't do anything. And China is the largest manufacturing country. So in this context, energy problem is a fundamental issue that we have to face directly. Well, there are a lot of uncertainties in the geopolitical situation in the world. President Xi pointed out the difficulties in the world economy, and it is imperative for us to improve our ability to drive economic growth in China. So talking about the energy problem, we do need multiple solutions. Back to the hydrogen. Well, lithium battery is the primary source of green electricity, but it entails some intrinsic default or deficiency. That's why we need to explore new possibilities. Well, actually, I'm more into the liquid ammonia. China is probably the largest producer of liquefied ammonia. Probably, well, it will prove to be an important technology route to China, given the fact that China is a large manufacturer country and a large energy consumer. The hydrogen as well as ammonia will be two important solutions in the future, no matter whether it's hydrogen or ammonia. Well, we're more into the ammonia area. I believe they will become an important component of the energy landscape in China in the future. Yeah, they're ramping up slowly due to many restrictions, say the cost, and even there were some political issues involved. We still need time for the solutions to mature, but in the long term, we believe that this is a very big market and there will be a huge market space for the business to take off. That's why we engaged our partners during recent couple of years, and we hope that we'll get your support and develop this market together. That's it. There's a follow-up question related to transportation. The question is for Alex. You just told me that hydrogen is a possible source of is a possibility of energy storage technology, but Well, the hydrogen is very easy to leak out of the metal container. So you're more on the side of ammonia. So in terms of transportation technology, so what is going to be the ultimate energy storage solutions from the perspective of GenCell? Well, I don't think transportation is a problem for ammonia, but to hydrogen, because it's prone to explosion. Yeah, transportation safety of hydrogen is an issue, but from a technical point of view, especially the technology related to the hydrogen storage container, well, the technology improved a lot, but there are still some deficiencies to make up for. We have the technologies in our hands. We transport liquefied ammonia, and once at the construction site, we start to make preparations for the gas ammonia. We used to use the cracking technologies to turn ammonia into hydrogen. GenCell has a very good technology to capture and sequestrate the carbon dioxide generated in the process of hydrogen production. So with the application of this technology, no carbon dioxide will generate in the process of the manufacturing of hydrogen. So at the application side, we can turn this ammonia into hydrogen without generating any carbon dioxide. So that means we don't have to worry about the hydrogen leakage in the process of transportation, because we only transport ammonia. Well, this is a valuable solution. So we can now use new materials to manufacture chloride ammonia at a very low cost. Well, and this new material can be turned into an energy or energy battery very quickly. I remember was an academician saying that this chloride ammonia is the version 0.2 of hydrogen. If this technology is widely applied in the market, it is very likely to become the ultimate solution. Well, I can't say it for sure. We'll release more information in the future. Well, thank you, Alex, for sharing. Well, the next question is more on the macro side of the energy transformation or transition in China. In a tier one market investment or in the operation of industrial park, Mr. Zhang. Actually, the 14th five-year plan, where the Chinese government putting in a lot of energy transition strategies or tactics. So what will be some of the hotspot in energy transition in the next 5 years, from your point of view? Well, it is a really very big question. I can only tell you my personal point of view. If you take a look at the global situation, probably we're going to have a geopolitical winner pretty soon. From a macro point of view, the national policy is very supportive of the development of alternative energy and new energy. Well, as to the investors, well, probably you can focus on hydrogen, but it all depends on your discerning ability to find the right investees. Well, if you compare the hydrogen to a racing track, it is a very wide track. we talked about hydrogen manufacturing, transportation of hydrogen. We also talked about the application of hydrogen in the trunk line transportation. So this is very wide-ranging track, and there are many projects to pick up. As to power cell, lithium cells, there are multiple technology routes. The existing technologies have encountered some bottlenecks. We know for sure that the new energy vehicles will surely take off in the future. We're concerned about energy supply and raw material supply. So I believe there might be some opportunities, investment opportunities, building in this area. So energy storage. Well, if you want a trading mechanisms or trading market for electricity, definitely you need energy storage technology. And even inside the field of energy storage, there are also multiple technology routes and different types of solutions. There will be new opportunities in energy solution and storage area. And also, you can take a look at the carbon market. With our own business, we make investment in the carbon market. I believe that the industry of new energy will surely capture the attention of many investors. But as to where the real opportunities are, probably our opinions will diverge from one company or one investor to another. Well, this is just my personal point of view. Well, understood. Question for Alex. As an Israel company, so can you make a comparison between China and Israel in terms of policy, in terms of market? Well, probably you know the history of the establishment of Israel. The country is very good at making use of capital and technology. It is in possession of many cutting-edge technologies. It is in possession of many cutting-edge research institute and R&D centers. Many Chinese companies have established R&D facilities in Israel. So this is a country very strong in fundamental research. But unfortunately, it has its own geopolitical issue. Its market is relatively small. That's where China is very good at. China represents a very large market, and thanks to the Belt and Road Initiative, we do need the importation of many good technologies. If we can bring these two things together, that is the emerging technologies in Israel, in the framework of the Belt and Road Initiative, together with the Chinese market, I believe the Israeli technologies with Chinese market is a combination that we're looking forward to. That's why we're looking for business partners in China. Well, thank you, Alex. Last questions for our two discussants. What can the traditional companies do to make use of the external technologies?
I'm responsible for scientific innovation in the company. The most important thing for us is to center everything around our products and solutions, find some startup companies and some good technologies. So for our perspective, on one hand, we need to identify these pain points. On the other hand, we need to be forward-looking enough to see what lies ahead and what future is all about. Well, just now you mentioned about some typical so-called traditional industries, but I would rather call them original industries. We have to be open-hearted enough to embrace the futuristic technologies. On the other hand, we have to know about the world. We have to bear in mind what the international market is all about. So you have to understand as to what serves you best against this current situation, because in new energy will become a core competency for whichever company. Of course, we need also the support from the macroeconomic perspective, and it is up to each company to make up of their own decisions. Open-hearted economy, open-hearted attitude, and also have to be aware of the international world. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Alex, your take. So I think that the energy issue becomes a fundamental issue for whichever industries you are in, because with the fluctuations of the energy price, especially against such a backdrop, such a fluctuation could be really volatile, and that cost fluctuation will be accounting for a huge part of your future cost. And very likely in the future, the market fluctuations and also the great transformation outside the world, outside of China, might impact our future economy. So we are still suffering a lot from our observations of the so-called uncertainties of the world. So is it possible for us to resort to both products and technologies to resist or to deal with those so-called uncertainties at all levels? And that will be a part of our core competencies. Because under whatever circumstances, the so-called energies is something that we cannot live without. The other issue is that other than cost, we have to also bear in mind the issue of energy security or energy safety. Well, I came across a picture from the moments of my WeChat app. A friend of mine in California bought a Tesla car with a diesel engine. Very interestingly, you can see a diesel engine for a Tesla model car. So whenever Tesla runs out of power, this diesel engine can be there to ensure the range extension. So what's the purpose of buying a Tesla? Because all you have to do is to buy a diesel car. Well, why is that? Because this is a troubling issue. So that picture seems to be like a joke, but it is something quite real. It is a key reflection of the so-called energy security and energy cost. More than ever before, this issue become even more keenly felt, no matter who you are, a traditional company or a new company. Okay, thank you very much, Alex, especially against the current volatilities and uncertainties. We began to care more about energy security, and that will become a part of our national strategy in the future too. So today it is a great pleasure to have invited the two of you to be with us for this discussion on energy and also for green power application. The 3060 goal has just begun, and we need to invest more money, and the future road ahead is still long and winding. We hope to be an active factor of the future endeavor. Thank you very much for your participation, and thank you. Bye.
大家好，我是卢刚 ，Beyond Expo 联合创始人。连续7天的 Beyond Expo 2022即将落下帷幕。还记得去年闭幕的时候，我说第1届 Beyond 很难，但是我们做到了。2022年其实更不容易。但是在这一刻，我并不想去多提这些困难，因为过去的已经过去。我只想说，我们 Beyond Expo 2022创造了历史。因为从决定把 Beyond Expo 2022转到线上第1天起，我们就决定说，我们不能只是做一个普普通通的线上腾讯 Zoom 会议。我们希望尽可能给参与 Beyond 的所有人、展商、媒体、企业、政府机构等等一个尽可能接近于线下的全新交互体验。因此，我们选择把 Beyond 2022全面元宇宙。2个月的时间，我们不仅把近500家的展商带到元宇宙3大展区设立展台，把高规格的顶级行业峰会开到了元宇宙，并向全球社交媒体直播，把创业路演和对接会也实践在元宇宙中举办。我们做的事情没有任何参考，所以我们每一天都在摸索，每一天都在和参与 Beyond 的合作伙伴们沟通。从无到有，我相信未来一定会有其他元宇宙展会比我们的今天做得更好。但是我想骄傲的对我们 Beyond 团队说，是我们 Beyond Expo 2022不仅仅从规模上，更是从线上交互形式上开创了元宇宙博览会的历史。相比 Beyond Expo 2021，我们今年的另一个突破就是国际化，近100家的海外企业参展，参加路演，参与对接会。我们也遵守了去年的承诺，今年的峰会以英文为主要语言，5大行业峰会中超1半的嘉宾均来自海外，而几十场圆桌讨论话题的设置更具有全球视野。最后，也请允许我代表 Beyond 主委会，向我们的合办单位商务部外贸发展事务局、国务院国资委规划发展局、工信部国际经济技术合作中心、生态环境部对外合作与交流中心、中国国际科技交流中心、中华协会、中国电子商会，向我们的协办单位广东省工商业联合会总商会、广东省粤港澳合作促进会，向我们的战略合作伙伴兰迪国际智库、中国建筑国际、中国太平，向我们的深度合作伙伴工银澳门、中国银行澳门分行、蓝光集团和商汤科技，向澳门贸易促进局等所有支持单位表示我们最诚挚的谢意，感谢你们对 Beyond 的大力支持。过去2年的积累和磨练，让我们更加憧憬2023年的 Beyond Expo。我们也会很快宣布明年的举办时间，相信很快我们就会在 Beyond Expo 2023与各位在澳门见面，也请大家拭目以待，我们将如何再次超越。
See you next year in Macau。我们明年澳门见。